chaos begin.
That's the first thing people will hear on stream.
Woof.
Okay, Aries, never do that ever again. That was loud as heck. Oh, one of the people I follow is playing Ultra Kill. That's a game I would never be able to get into.
I mean, I like the whole Ghost Runner game, but I'm not good at it.
Well, Ghost Runner is, you know, for another sense, not actually like. Wait, where was I going with that?
I don't know.
Wow, I lost a point. I lost my point while talking about it. That's definitely a journey right there. Anyway, hello everyone.
Hello.
Man, I was just a delayed reaction, but... Aries?
Yes.
You okay there, buddy?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
My lord? Yes, I'm a-going.
I don't call anyone my lord.
I was making a Warcraft reference there.
Yeah, I know.
Your sound card works perfectly.
Does it?
Well, we don't
Or
even
does
have
it just work adequately?
Well, we don't even have sound cards anymore.
What is perfection?
When you can no longer improve upon something.
But is that perfection?
Well, yeah, that is the definition.
Or is that just completion?
Well, no, you can complete something imperfectly. Perfection means that you complete it perfectly.
So perfection is just true completion.
Yeah.
Alright, so,
Why not
on the
just call
last
it true?
session...
Yeah. So, what happened last session, boys?
So Toucannon woke up, but he wasn't underground. He found himself tied up in a strange, unknown location. He managed to free his beak, to which his captor revealed themselves. And they're like, "Oh, hey, you're awake sooner than you're supposed to be. We're not even on the boat yet." As they proceeded to pull out a sleep seed and some more rope, and then like, "Hey, can we talk this out?" We talked a little bit. It's like, yeah, we got paid to capture you. We're part of the same guild, by the way. Don't worry,
Well,
we're not breaking any
technically.
guild rules. Yeah, technically, yeah, we're not breaking any guild rules. Somehow this is allowed.
Remember, the only rule is do not fight on guild grounds.
Hey, all I'm saying is, if we come across these ones again, they're probably gonna die. Anyway.
That's the actual only rule, though.
Well, no, there's a couple more. There used to be more rules, but the whole do not make a relationship inside the guild got deleted by Lucario pretty quickly, considering that was the main reason why he left the guild in the first place.
Yeah,
well,
but I distinctly remember the listen to Eevee rule.
Well, yes, there is a listen to Eevee.
And also you have to do a mission every, you have to take a guild mission every other day, or it was something along those lines.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, it's every other month for us.
When was the last time you guys did a mission?
Well, we did a guild mission for a different guild. Does that count?
No.
I mean, in all technicality, we were working on one of the longest-winded missions they've probably ever, released, taking care of Cosmo Mog, and now Cosmo M.
The last mission we took was, it was take care of the Shinx and whatever the other electric Pokemon was. That one.
Yeah, that was your last mission.
And then be like, hey, we kind of want a little bit of a vacation. And they're like, well, this town that Garchomp's from is having a flower festival, and then that's the last time we had a guild mission from our own guild.
Man.
But yeah, so I started resisting Weevil over here. I didn't count, but the number's higher than 10. I missed 10 attacks in a row. Just 10 attacks. Missed. Every single one. Missed.
I mean, you were bound, you know, you were probably stressed the fuck out, you know. You could explain
You weren't giving me any negatives for
Panicking.
being bound. It was just my regular dice.
You okay?
I'm saying, like, there was no negatives. It was just, that's what it was.
No, I'm
So, yeah,
trying to,
we're-
in character, explain why you were missing that much.
Oh yeah, yeah. Anyway, so I was eventually defeated. I had a plan. I was hoping to die, which is a whoa, really sort of thing. But my idea was, because they said they're going to revive me anyway, die as a spirit, go inform Garatino of what's happening. But they only knocked me unconscious. They didn't kill me.
I mean, they were kind of not planning to kill you. It was just kind of like, oh well.
They threatened to break my beak, but they didn't.
Yeah, they probably should have.
Yeah, they'll regret that later.
They will regret
Anyway,
that
so
later.
the only one I might not punish are these two. But this one's getting it. Weevil's getting it. I'm taking that Ameribrace. Anyway, so eventually, after I was knocked out, Aggron woke up and realized, hey, Toucannon the idiot has gone, and so's Clowitzer, and more importantly, Cosmo. And Miss Clowitz, Miss Aggron, and him did some investigation. They're like, somebody dug a hole. Then they messaged Garchomp, and Garchomp was so close to starting a dungeon on the island after ignoring the dude at the dungeon entrance. We all ignored him, unfortunately. Well, not me, I wasn't there, but I'm still sorry for that dude.
Yeah.
That like so low level, and you guys are like, oh, they're going to absolutely destroy everything there. What? I can't recall because it's not my notes. Weren't we asked not to do the dungeon because we were too powerful, or?
No. You were told you could do it, you know, just to rest and, you know, relax.
We were told about it was specifically to take it easy on the Pokemon inside and not murder them.
So, yeah. So, Aggron returned to you guys, and then Aggron's like, "All right, I'm gonna call the good Mew." It's like, "Hey, Mew."
I love how at this point you guys are just saying the good Mew.
I mean, it's not wrong.
I'm just saying it's funny.
So you get So Aggron talks Mew into.
I'm getting a
helping
call.
when
I'll be
Mew
right back.
knows- It's all good. When Mew knows that they're not supposed to help, but Aggron sweet talked them into helping. So then they all showed up on the beach. Aggron, Garchomp, Fracture. Mew did not come with. And then like, what's going on here is like they just see Team AWD, Team All-Wheel Drive over here. That is not what it stands for. We googled what it stands for. It's hilarious. Anyway, Team AWD is like, this is a problem. And like, Aggron's, can we talk this out? And they're pretty much like, no, not really. Also, the person hiring us is like right over there, pointing to a giant slowpoke boat. As a Pokemon in the distance is approaching on the back of a Dragonite. So we fight Team AWD. They're putting up a decent fight. I've been freed and awoken at this point. But I'm still missing all of the attacks. But Weevil here. Weevil has a Ameribrace with a Mega Stone and goes Super Saiyan before promptly being knocked out. Yeah. I know at one point Aggron tried to we did like a really powerful hit against Weevil, and then this scarf thing disintegrated, acting as like a auto-activating revive seed thing.
Yep.
So Aggron used the HP swap wand, and it's like, congratulations, you swapped 1 HP with 1 HP.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
kind
so
of that was kind of hilarious, but I was like grinning when you guys were saying, "Oh yeah, let's go do that."
Yeah. But yeah, then Weevil proceeded to just get knocked out. So then Dragonite and Glaceon showed up.
Dragonite.
And not Dragonite. So many models on here. Which is where to go?
It is not on the table.
A dragon Pokemon that didn't do too much.
What do you mean? She almost disabled both of your primary fighters.
Said too much, not everything. Anyway, so Glaceon's like, yo, I'm gonna do a thing. I'm gonna use Blizzard. Really, really dangerous Blizzard, by the way. Really dangerous. We did dodges, we did evasions. Some of us got hit. I don't know if we ended up rolling for being frozen though.
She did that.
Well, she didn't. She was really bad at freezing us.
Yes.
Team AWD's like, this is getting kind of dicey, and we're also being hit up by this. So let's swap sides. At that point, Arbok over here had stolen the HP swap wand with Thief, and I was going to try and do a cool thing and steal it back with Thief. But again, I kept missing all my attacks.
This is just a running joke, Mono.
I was freaking gonna message Salazzle. Hey, where are those XP chests? I kind of need them. Anyway, so Arbok actually managed to swap sides. Dapron did not, because Dapron went to go pick up Weevil, but they fainted.
Yep.
The fact that Weevil and Dapron are alive at all amazes me, because when we would Cloudster got back up and did healing pulse, because again we were all being hit by Blizzard. Yeah, Weevil and Dapron, I don't think they actually got the healing from healing pulse, because technically they weren't on our side. I'm not sure if that worked or not. Either way, somehow they managed not to die, which is really impressive. But then we all did die. Thankfully, a lot of us had revive seeds. I think we used like 5 revive seeds in one turn.
Well, I actually have a log for that. Do you want to know how many reviver seeds were used in that one battle?
I'm gonna guess 7.
11.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's a lot
That
of
is-
Pokesh that was spent in that beach.
Yeah. So we're just somehow by the skin of our teeth battling through. I was so close to hitting Glaceon for like what would probably have been like almost a final hit sort of scenario with Fly, but I just rolled a little bit too short, and just like the rest of all my attacks, miss. It would have been so cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, we did end up actually defeating Glaceon, really close to everyone dying. It was really intense and fun battle. They used their ultimate ice move, which I don't remember the name of.
It's the Kyurem's signature move.
Yeah, but I don't remember what the name was. So we defeated Glaceon, which was funny because they're like, "Oh, you're so beneath us," and then they're like, somehow they're kicking our asses. We didn't actually knock out the dragon Pokemon, but we were gonna go tie them up. So end of the battle, where like there's some tension between us and Team AWD, but we're like, okay, we'll just talk this out. Like, guys, like this is clearly gone sideways. Garchomp has fainted because he used his Mega Form. Weevil woke up because somebody healed Weevil after they used their Mega Form. And Haxorus and Fracture have gone to go tie up the Dragon Pokemon, and Aggron's going to go check out the frozen Slowpoke ship to get Cosmon back. Team AWD does a thing I forgot you can do in this game. They stealth knocked all of us out. They used stealth and knocked all 4 of us on the beach out. And then they stole some of our stuff and left a note saying, sorry, we don't know what's going to happen. We kind of just knocked you out, and yeah, goodbye, and don't be mad. We'll drop your stuff off at the guild. So, Glaceon got to escape because of that. Thanks a lot, Team AWD. We even messaged Lucario and Eevee. It's like, hey, we've captured Glaceon, the leader of the Federation.
Yeah, and that's why they fucking jumped on the fucking Latios, and they were like hustling over.
Yeah, so they eventually showed up, and like we're all being woken up on the beach by Aggron, and they're like, oh well, Glaceon was definitely here, but what happened? Well, it's like, yeah, we're like Team AWD stabbed us in the back, and they knocked us out, and they helped Glaceon escape.
See,
they're like,
I'm pretty sure that when Toucannon in character said that series of words, Lucario probably had that look of a Vietnam War veteran.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and then Lucario's like, not again.
Yeah.
So apparently this isn't the first time.
Nope.
And we're like, why are these guys even part of our guild? Like, they're assholes, but they can do, like, they've got really good underworld connections, and they can do Black Ops shit. Like, well, your Black Ops team just let Glaceon escape, so enjoy that.
Yep.
And he's like, can't really punish them much. They don't show up to the guild. We're like, can we get revenge? And like, I mean, just try not to antagonize them first, but yeah, just count it as self-defense. Don't break any guild rules. I mean, to Toucannon, sometimes you can consider talking to be an act of aggression, so...
I mean,
yeah.
Yes, as long as Toucannon is talking about therapy, it is an act of aggression.
I mean, Mew shows up, talks, act of aggression, retaliation. Alright.
Oh, with Glaceon and Aries, that's a little bit, it's a little different, you know, like, I'm pretty sure Glaceon is now on the death list of just about every guild.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and these guys let Glaceon get away.
Okay, not every guild, actually. Granted, the one guild that she's not on the death list is only because the guild leader is the only one in that entire guild that doesn't want to put her on the death list.
Oh, we also learned from the dragon that this has all been some sort of misunderstanding in relation to like Cosmom and the ritual, and we should probably talk to Glaceon later on.
Yeah.
We now have Wondermel, so that is a thing we can do.
Yeah, the cat is out of the bag finally, and you finally know why Glaceon was like going after you even before you guys knew of your fate. Yeah, dreading
Toucannon did also, I think it was probably Toucannon. Toucannon probably stated about like, we should probably finish off the dragon Pokemon instead of just tying him up while he's awake, you know, knock him out.
her.
No, we didn't think that would be her. Yeah. Either way, we didn't do that. We didn't think it would be humane. But yeah, no. Glaceon escaped. We blame Team AWD, rightfully so. I still would have been very curious to see what would have happened if we like actually eradicated the Glaceon threat there and then Team Sunstruck's like, oh, we got to, because Team Sunstruck's been the one that's supposed to be dealing with Glacian, and now it's also our problem. I mean, it always was, but like it wasn't a big forefront for us.
I mean, it would definitely make the life much easier over in Cupim.
Steve comes back. It's like offhanded comment. Oh yeah, the other team defeated Glacian. Wait, what?
Yeah, the whole Federation, it's solved.
That would have been hilarious. But no, I think Glacian seems like they're smart enough to like have ways to weasel out. Like they probably have some like teleporting Pokemon somewhere ready to like zoop to them if they get imprisoned or something.
Yeah, but not if they get killed.
I mean, retrieve the corpse, use a reviver seed.
There's a time limit on that.
Maybe make some sort of deal with Giratina.
Weirdly enough, Glacian is not entirely fond of Giratina. I wonder why.
Yeah. Either way, after that this bitter victory, because like our team is annoyed by like all of that and the bloody got away. Curse you, team all-wheel drive.
Not what their name stands for.
It's better than what it actually stands for. Aries, would you like to tell the fine folks what Team AWD stands for?
Nothing Aris
How would
is...
I know?
Oh.
Yes,
I know
let
the only
viewers
words
know.
that come to my mind when I hear the letters AWD is all-wheel drive.
It stands for Arbok, Weevil, Drapion.
Boring.
Well, you see, the
By
fact
the
that
way-
they didn't use the full thing and they just used like a shortening is actually brilliant because everyone would be wondering what does it mean.
Unrelated note, Deporion was totally ready to use a randomizer orb against us until Weevil said no.
Yeah.
You know, as fitting Toucannon already said, as revenge against these guys, he's gonna take Weevil's bracelet thing. Amara bracelet and Wonderstone and Megastone, yeah.
Oh yeah, good luck with that.
Look, even if I have to cut off their arm, it's that or death.
You know, she's ice type, right?
Yes.
She can beat you up, dude.
I
And,
mean,
you know that,
that's what she said before we beat them up.
And you know that the two stronger members of your party wouldn't aid you in that. For different reasons
Nope.
each, but still.
Wait, you don't want revenge?
Again, for different reasons. Because for Aggron, it would be for moral reasons. He would never, do what would be needed to be done to take her Amara brace. And for Garchomp, he would never do it to aid you.
Wow.
I love the synergy of this group.
Yeah. See, this is what I was talking about at the start. Like, your group lacks cohesion so badly.
The big conflict is between freaking Toucannon and Garchomp. To be fair though, Toucannon's quite jealous of Garchomp.
But just because he has a stable relationship?
Yes. A stable relationship, power.
Well, in all fairness, if that future comes true, you won't have anything to be jealous of anymore.
We could we could just like take her stuff and then give it to Aggron or something. And I think, like, how would you get revenge? Like, would you rather just kill them?
Who are you asking?
Garchomp.
I mean, that depends on what sort of situations arise.
if they showed up in front of us now and they were apologetic, how would you take it?
That's difficult to answer. I'm honestly not entirely sure because, on one hand, I feel like he would definitely be in the mindset of killing them, obviously. But on the other hand, knowing what he knows about them now, he might just want to beat the absolute shit out of them and throw them in his cell for several years.
But they
I mean,
technically
look,
didn't break
we've
any rule.
Nope,
So-
but he would still throw them in his cell whether they like it or not.
Yeah, so Toucannon hasn't fully made the connection yet because a lot of stuff's been happening, but we're 99% sure these are also the same guys who kidnapped Cloudson.
And in all technicality, they didn't break their guild's rule, but they definitely have broken several guild association rules.
Yeah, but you also have to understand something very important. Lucario and Wigglytuff, they are like actually buddies. They are like so good friends, man.
Oh, I know. What I'm saying though is that if some other Pokemon really wanted to, they could easily, put a guild mission out on their head for their misdoings.
Who's gonna do that?
We've got money.
I don't know, honestly, because I personally don't know enough of their backstory to know all the Pokemon that they've really wronged, other than the main characters.
With them, it's like a balancing act. They're like metagaming a Fallout game. You know, they're like always keeping their karma just somewhere in the middle.
We do know like they are liked by towns and stuff like that.
Well, the more south of Treasure City you go, the more like they are.
But regardless, although you may not be in agreement to the taking their stuff as penance, at least we're in the agreement of we gotta at least do something to get revenge against them. Like that. I can be like,
Again,
don't have to kill them.
Garchomp's not in disagreement with taking them from her. He's in disagreement with giving it to you afterward.
I just said we could give it to Aggron.
That he wouldn't be entirely opposed of.
Anyway, that's for something for us to deal with later on because we gotta go hunt them down. Toucannon's the kind who definitely, if you guys haven't realized, Toucannon holds a grudge.
And Garchomp also holds a grudge, but he's not so one-minded that he would drop everything to go chase down revenge. He knows he has to prioritize.
Yeah, that's fair.
Prioritize this, you fucking scrub.
After that, we did the best thing possible that every DM loves. We split the party. Toucannon went to Treasure City because he needs to go grab some stuff there, and hopefully our stuff. Although honestly, it might not actually be back there yet, so we're gonna have a look at that. Aggron went back to Mrs. Aggron, who's making so little progress towards the Sun Temple. And I didn't know Cosmom could do this because it's very useful. Cosmom made a Magna Gate for Garchomp and Fracture to go visit Garchomp's parents.
But you didn't know?
Yeah, you kind of didn't know you could point to a map and then Fracture and Cosmom could make a Magna Gate.
I mean, I guess you didn't know you guys didn't know in character, so yeah, actually.
Yeah, in character.
Yeah.
Again, like he's been trying to visit his.
Garchomp has lived in this world and lived through the Gates events, so he would definitely know plenty about how Magna Gates, at least about their widely known knowledge of what they can do. But anyway, go ahead.
Final thing, Toucannon confessed his entire tea party plans to Aggron and Garchomp.
And it went about as well as one would think.
I mean, look, I'm not dead, so it went better than I thought it would. And ironically, even the whole meeting Glaceon here thing kind of reflects as to why it might be a good idea. So yeah, he's been like, all right, no tea party, but we will probably do like one-on Group 1 talks with like the individuals that we want to talk to. Which is slightly better, I guess.
Is it really?
I mean, slightly.
Is it really?
Hey, Giovanni, we would like to talk with you.
Oh, hello.
Oh, good God.
Later on, Glacier. Hey, we want to talk about that whole misunderstanding on the beach. This is what your subordinate told us.
Glassy just looks at the fucking scale. Glassy is just going to be like, oh my god, I'm like surrounded by people who just keep spewing information.
Also,
Yeah.
speaking of spewing information, thanks for telling us the Draudigan's name.
Fuck!
You Hagrided again.
God fucking
Yeah,
damn it.
that is true.
Because we never asked.
Whatever.
All right, so I guess that's the end of the recap.
Alright, is there anything anyone would like to add? This is a very exhaustive recap.
Garchomp is tired of his attempted time off to relax being ruined.
Alright. Well, shall we begin?
Yes.
Alright, give me a momento. Alright, Toucannon.
Yes.
So you went to Treasure City.
Yes.
What are you planning to do in Treasure City?
First thing first, I'm gonna go to the guild.
Alright, you are gonna go to the Incredible In Chaos Guild.
And I'm gonna make my way to my guild room. Excuse me, guys, coming through.
Yeah, you also see that there's a lot of teams from different guilds here right now.
I'd wave and greet any of them.
You can also tell that there's a lot of diamond teams from different guilds.
How high is Diamond compared to what we technically are?
Just one rank, but you see, diamond is the highest rank.
Oh yeah, one more thing I forgot during the recap. We got an unofficial promotion.
Yep, you finally got promoted.
I mean, we got promoted before with the Wiveltal event.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like...
And it wasn't exactly unofficial, it's just we have yet to claim our rewards.
It's called a field promotion.
Yeah, field promotion. You know, Toucannon would greet them, just give them nods. If anyone wants to stop and talk to him, he'll probably talk a little bit.
There is no one willing to talk to you right now, as essentially Evie is just sending out teams all over the place right now. She would just like look at you, half expecting you to give her some bad news in this small amount of time.
Wait, I thought Evie and the Carrier were flying back on Latias.
They are on Latios.
Yeah, whereas I took the Magnagate, so I got back in.
Did you guys like wait 10 minutes? Aren't you guys like talking and shit?
Yeah, sure, I'll have that happen. I don't mind that.
Yeah. Like, you guys were not just like done and immediately teleport, right?
Yeah, no, that's
Oh,
true.
I'm-
We did. We talked to them.
Yeah.
All right, right.
And
So
Garchomp
I
did,
eventually
though.
make. Yeah. I eventually make my way back to my guild room.
Alright. The guild room is, well, the way you left it.
I still see all of that fan mail that we haven't really looked through.
Well, there is one big difference in your room.
Hmm.
The window is open.
Is that blowing stuff around, or is it just not really doing much?
It's already doing much. The main difference is you can see something moving in the corner of your room.
I look towards it.
It looks like it has a form of a Pokemon.
Can I tell what Pokemon it is?
You don't know as it is behind the haybed.
I can see you back there.
You get no reaction. Though you can definitely feel movement there.
I kind of sigh and I look to Haxorus. Haxorus, could you catch whatever that is?
Haxorus just looks at you, shrugs, walks up to the Pokemon, picks them up by the neck, and shows them to you. It's a Vingo.
Can I help you?
Vingo just looks confused because he was literally asleep, and now it's being held by a neck by Haxorus. Vingo just looks
What
around.
are you doing in that?
Window was open.
That doesn't mean you can come into my room.
No one was here. I was just hoping to hide from the elements.
Please don't trespass in a guild building again. It can be quite dangerous for one's health.
Oh. Okay. You let me go.
I nod to Haxorus. You can toss him out the window.
She tosses him out of the window.
I sigh and I go to grab that, the large package I've been looking for.
Yep, there is a package.
I open the package.
There is one item in it. Give me a moment. There we go. It is a used magical jewelry.
Toucannon can't help but just look at it longingly and sad. As he just takes a minute to look at it, he eventually sighs and puts it in his bag.
You feel a poke in your back.
I look to see who's poking me.
It's Glavitzer. He's just poking you, and when he gets your attention, he just looks at you and say, "Just let you go, man."
Yeah, I plan to,
He's gone.
but it needs to be at the right place.
What do you mean?
I want to go leave it in the lake, in her lake.
Specific. Are you planning something again?
Just to say goodbye to her.
It's not her.
I know. He just sighs again. Alright, let's go grab our stuff from the statue. See if Team AWK actually lived up to their word.
AWK?
That was that team on the beach?
AWD.
Yeah, AWD.
But yeah.
Hey, were they the ones who took you as well?
He nods.
Well, our revenge shall be swift if we ever encounter them again.
I mean, at this point, they're probably going to kidnap us again. I mean,
Yeah,
They
probably.
succeeded twice, why not 3 times?
I look to Haxorus. Would you mind if I continue to sleep with you like I did before? Apparently, it's quite unsafe for me not to.
Haxorus just looks at you. Then she just looks away.
Well, guess I'll just ask again before going to bed. She kind of somewhat oblivious to what he just said. He's
Wow.
actually gonna stop and take a. Yeah, I know. But the mood's too sour for him to take notice of what he just asked. Before he leaves the room, take a quick look at all the mail and do we at least have like a cupboard or a cabinet?
No. It's on the floor. There's a small mountain on the floor.
How much of this can I fit in my bag?
It said it has negligible weight, so technically all of it?
He's just gonna sigh and put all the mail in his bag.
Hundreds and hundreds of mail.
Yeah. Can I have just a single notepad? I'll just write fan mail and just have it in my bag as that.
Now, there is something here that does not have negligible weight.
Is it the Voltorb assassin sent to take care of us?
I mean, yes, obviously. He goes kaboom or bitch. No. Actually, give me a second. Can I actually find this in a correct? Yeah, I can find this. Yeah, give me a moment. I can actually do this much better. You see, there's one object here that is in the pile that does not have negligible weight and is an actual object. And that thing is...
Aries, because my notes are a little bit scattered on this bit at the moment. How much money do we have in the group funds in the bank?
As of right now,
Oh.
I'm seeing.
Yes.
Oh, right. Actually, last time we were at the bank, we actually split up our group Pokash.
Yep.
So we currently don't have any group Pokash.
Okay. I've got. Oh yeah, that explains why I have it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Toucannon's gonna stop and look at this item. It's like,
Yep.
what? He's gonna look puzzledly.
But
puzzled as he looks at
Clovis is going to look at you and say, "Oh, Toucannon, that's it."
Hey,
I can see that, but whose egg is it? Why is it here?
Looks over the egg. I mean, there's no message.
I don't know much about Pokemon eggs, to be honest. I've never done the whole raise an egg thing, even as a human.
Honestly, I'm surprised that. Yeah, he's just going to stop him, so he just shake his head and said, "Never mind."
I'm looking towards Haxorus for advice on what to do with this egg.
She's going to look at you and just say, "You take care of it. You give it love."
He's gonna sigh. He's just gonna take the egg and gently put it in his bag. All right. Well, deal with that later. And then he's gonna leave the room.
Yep, they agree to follow. It is weirdly normal that you got an egg.
I'm actually gonna look for Eevee.
Alright, Eevee is currently... oh god. Eevee is currently talking with two important looking individuals. One of which is a Charmeleon, and the other one is... What's that? And the other one is a Noctowl. They have a small entourage of subordinate Pokemon with them.
Toucannon is polite. He'll wait for them to finish their conversation. Like, he'll approach, but he'll just wait
Would he eavesdrop?
until he's been acknowledged. I mean, they're not having a private conversation. They're pretty much out in the open, right?
You see that the rest of the team members are definitely staying away from them while they're doing this. They're also by the window, and Eevee is just currently in the process of listening to Noctowl with concern.
I mean, look, I'm not eavesdropping, but if I can hear them, then I can hear them.
Then roll me an alert check.
Alert plus anything else?
So that was the Onin. Inside survival alert.
And I don't think Clouds is going to help me hand this because it doesn't need any. So I'm not actively trying to do that. One pass.
You don't hear the conversation. It seems important though. You can also see that the Noctowl and his subordinates have on them the continent of the Miscontinent badges.
I don't think Toucannon's actually seen the Miscontinent symbols.
Oh. Have you guys never met any members of a Miscontinent before?
Nothing is directly springing to mind.
Aries,
At least anyone that would have worn the Miscontinent badge.
Aries.
We have met so many teams up to this point, I'm not entirely sure. I think it wasn't that rescue team from the Miscontinent?
Yes.
Yes, we have met one.
Also, the Charmeleon has the Air Continent badge.
But Toucannon will wait for an opportunity to talk to Eevee. But if it does seem like this is going to go on for a while, then he's just going to find a random team that doesn't look busy.
So how long would you wait? What is too long for Toucannon right now?
2-3 minutes.
Then it would go longer, yeah.
Alright, so he's just going to approach a random team that doesn't look like they're busy.
Alright, in that case, would you have some kind of specific, picking process, or would it just be literally random?
Preferably someone from our guild, but that's about it.
Well, okay.
As long as it's not Team Darkseid or something.
Okay, is it someone from your guild?
Preferably, but if that's not an option, then whoever else is fine.
Okay, in that case, could you... how many? Oh, only 10. So basically roll me a d10, please.
Okay. What?
One?
One.
Oh! Oh, that's going to be amusing. Give me a moment. Just, okay. Where do I have you guys? No, seriously, where did I put you? Used to be right here. Now you're not here. Huh. What? Oh, there we go. So, remember how you said definitely no Dark Seed?
Yeah.
You can see Team Darkseid, you know, just kind of waiting by the sideline, just kind of looking over the, you know, very important-looking conversation.
Yeah, Toucannon's just gonna sigh heavily and approach them.
All right.
Might as well.
Abyssal looks at you.
Hi.
Hey.
I have a question.
One, I kind of assumed that you were gonna have a question.
He pulls out the egg. This was left in our room.
Yeah, I mean, kind of makes sense. There's some weird Pokemon that will do that.
Yeah, what are they doing? Because I'm new to this.
What do you mean?
I'm a human.
Do humans not know what eggs are?
I know what eggs are, but I don't know why it was in our room.
Some kind of Pokemon made an egg and wanted to give it to you.
Why? Like, who gives away eggs?
It's weirdly normal.
Must be a Pokemon cultural thing.
See,
Oh.
most, you know, townies and such, right? Well, they don't realize that we are usually the ones filling up orphanages.
Hmm.
What?
No, I know that. I've visited some of the orphanages, yeah.
Yeah, and because of that, it's kind of ironic for someone to just dedicate their kids to them. You know?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll probably...
He's going to look at you before you even finish and just say, an orphanage is in the northern part of the town.
Thank you. Right. Hey, you guys are somewhat shady. You don't happen to know where I could find Team AWD?
He tilts his head and says, "Did you just call us shady?"
Yes.
Wow. That's kinda not cool.
Well, either way, I've got beef with them, so...
Eh. I mean, if you have a death wish, they move their base around quite a lot, but I think these days it's in the Pucci and Apex village.
That's somewhat convenient. Yeah, they tried to kidnap us twice.
Hey, that's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I figured we might as well take care of that problem. I do not want there to be a third time. I look over to Haxorus. I mean, look, they tried to kidnap me. They tried to kidnap Clowitzer. Next, they might try to kidnap you.
She's just going to look at you and just say, "I doubt it." Yeah, I was so just shrugged and says, "I mean, if, like I said, if you wanna die, you know, go search them, you know, figure out where they are, you know, get yourself killed."
I mean, Weevil said the same thing, and I'm still alive, so...
No, I mean, guess they are losing their edge. He says to his head.
And well, it's because of them we lost a big target.
Oh.
We got into conflict with Glaceon.
He tilts his head even more. Glaceon?
actually don't think I'm allowed to say any more than I've said.
Oh, come on.
I don't know.
Oh, come on. We are friends, you know?
Friends? No. But we're not enemies at the very least.
Huh? We tried to kill each other and then we became friends because we helped each other. Surely that makes us friends.
Acquaintances, I'll settle for that.
Alright, how about this?
Oh.
I can take you guys to Spin Dust. We can drink this friendship into fruition.
You know what? I'm actually going to take you up on your offer, but not today. I gotta go and attend a funeral.
Funeral? What's that?
Cresselia.
Huh? What about Cresselia? What's a funeral?
It's what you guys have tombstones. I've seen that before. How do you not have funerals?
Just look at each other confusedly. This is a human thing.
It's the thing where you could mourn someone that's like died.
Oh, I mean, we usually just build for them some kind of statue or one of those funky things. Or like a totem.
Yeah.
If you ever see a totem, it's usually dedicated to some kind of heroic Pokemon from the past.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some also drink, but yeah, no. Regardless, I've got to go deal with that today. So I'll take you up on your drink another day.
Yeah, but we can fix this. You know, like I didn't know that you like hated us so much, and I prefer having Pokemon liking us than hating us. So how about we solve that at some point?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, so I look over at Eevee. So the Glaceon we fought is the leader of the Federation.
But you are saying this across the entire room straight at Eevee?
No, I look over to Eevee because I don't know how, and I'm saying the second part kind of quietly because I don't know how much of this I'm allowed to talk about.
Oh. I was just like looks a little bit astounded and says, wait, what, in Guildmaster?
Yeah, and
You
they
lived?
managed to... Oh, barely. When we had to use like 12 or plus revive seeds or something.
Yeah, I think you guys are a little bit beyond our capability at this point.
Yeah, anyway, the guild master escaped because of Team AWD.
It do be like that sometimes.
Yeah. Well, you already know this, but I'm one to hold grudges, so I'm gonna get my revenge on them later.
You know, you could just not hold a grudge. Holding a grudge makes you a much more terrible Pokemon.
He kind of just shrugs. It's just part of who I am.
Oh, then you should fix that, because that's gonna get you killed, and also it's gonna get the Pokemon that you like killed.
Pokemon I like's already been killed.
Columbus just sighs sadly.
Oh, don't worry, you guys will be fine. I'm sure we'll take care of you eventually.
Columbus looks at you and says, you just implied that you don't like us.
I thought he was referring to the Pokemon I loved, so I mean, you know, this is I do love you guys. Just not in... We'll hug it out later.
You see Haxorus just look at Club and says, he's just being an idiot again.
Yeah, I'm just gonna agree to that this time.
Iverson just like tilts his head further and just says, oh, you guys have a very interesting relationship.
Yeah, I looked at Arisa. So, are you saying if a Pokemon were to kill one of your friends, you wouldn't want to get revenge?
I mean, that depends. Yeah, revenge is a really bad thing, because a long time ago we were actually a 4-member team, right? But we got really vengeful about a thing that happened, right? And we lost a really dear friend of ours. It's because, you see, you know what vengeance does?
What?
It makes more vengeance. You know, like, you take vengeance on someone, then they take vengeance, you know, someone takes vengeance for them, and then you have to take more vengeance, or someone on your behalf takes vengeance, and you know that just kind of becomes a horrible conflict.
So, are you saying I should just let the killer go free with no consequences?
Oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that like being vengeful about it is kind of not the right way. There's better ways. I mean, we are guild members. We are not feral Pokemon after all.
I mean, I can't really kill them, so I was gonna try and imprison them.
Yeah, see, that's much better, I think.
But it's not easy to imprison them, you.
Wait, you are trying to imprison that pink thing?
I'm trying to imprison their sibling, yes.
But they have a sibling?
Yeah, she's evil.
I don't think there's such a thing as evil Pokemon.
Alright, then she's an asshole.
Yeah, there's a lot of those.
Well, I've already learnt that I can't kill them, so I'm trying to find a way to at least imprison them.
You know, could you take it from me and just kinda... So, you know the whole killing thing? You are not supposed to be okay with it. You know, he's actually going to walk up to you. He's gonna put one of his frog paws on his on your chest, and he's just gonna say, "Toucannon, I feel like you need some help."
I mean, I've started therapy.
No, I'm not talking. What's therapy? Sorry, what's therapy?
I mean, if you go to the resort island, you can talk with a hypno who like helps you work out your problems.
Toucannon, do we look like we have the kind of Pokesh to get there?
I mean, he shrugs. Keep working hard, and you'll get there eventually.
Anyway, my point is, I feel like you need to like talk to someone. I feel like you definitely need some help because there's a lot of anger inside you, and like that's not very healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only just starting to talk to everyone else about it. He looks to Haxorus and Cloudser.
It's just not.
Yeah.
Oh, alright. It's just, I was down there. He looks at his team. We were down there. And we paid the price for it, you know, and it would suck to see you pay the price. Or worse yet, someone you didn't mean would probably pay the price. He looks at your friends. Maybe one of them would pay the price for you. Then you would feel even worse. Because that's literally what happened with us.
I've been giving it a lot of thought, and I'll keep giving it more thought.
Yeah. I mean, think is good. You always think things through. I mean, making a split-second decisions is how you went about hating us.
No, that had a lot of thinking behind it too.
No, I mean, us making the decision that made you hate us. It was a split-second decision where I was thinking about our team rather than, you know, thinking about you or thinking about... Oh, not Clavitzer. It's turned before.
Well, that's all water under the bridge now.
I mean, yeah, but also... It's important, you know?
Yes. Well, this has actually been a nice conversation. Thank you.
Shrugs.
With that, Toucannon will step away because he's gonna go look for Lucario. Or if Eevee's still busy.
Yeah, Eevee's still talking to the other very important looking guild members for different guilds.
Alright, well, Toucannon's gonna go to Lucario's office to look for Lucario.
Alright. Well, his office is closed. Do you wish to knock? Or do you wish to just enter? Like a ruffian,
no,
like a barbarian that you are.
Like a Garchomp would.
Like a Garchomp. No, Garchomp actually did knock.
I meant like a natural Garchomp.
Oh yeah, I mean, natural Garchomp would just break down the door.
Yeah. I'll knock.
From inside you can hear, "It's open, Eevee."
I open the door. Not Eevee.
He's just going to sigh. Just going to look at you and just say, "Oh no." Oh, Toucannon, we just got here, so what happened now?
Nothing. I was just wondering if I could grab the next rank stuff for myself and maybe my teammates. I'll drop it off to them later. Seeing as everyone's quite busy, I don't know when we'll actually be able to come to you to grab it next.
He just sighs and says, "I completely forgot about it." So we, like I said, we literally just got here.
Yeah, like I said, everyone's busy, so I can understand.
Yep, he's just going to get up and go to the chest behind him. And he is going to get a certain amount of items.
I still need a... Where's the blank notepads?
Hmm?
Still need one of those. Blank notepad.
I mean, you could have just asked for it?
Oh, can I have a blank notepad, please?
Here we go. As easy as that. Also, would you please roll me how many is it? Could you go to Tatsu and roll me a D27?
I've been to Tatsu in ages.
Well, then do it.
D27, you say?
Yes. Also decide whether it's gonna be for the top or bottom.
The top, and I got 23.
Oh god, you just had to make it difficult on me. Let's go. What was the number?
Oh, whoa.
23.
23. Okay. Oh. Oh, that one is interesting. Okay. I was worried that this is gonna be some kind of boring one, but no, this is actually an interesting one. It's a cool. Okay. I'm pretty sure someone could utilize this. Alright, and Lucario gives you this. And he gives you these.
Ooh. Oh, that's quite convenient considering we just used a bunch of revive
Yes. But yeah, look at that scarf you just got.
Ooh.
That's a scarf from fucking Super Mystery Dungeon.
So your physical moves. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
What
all
is the most physical? With that scarf, is it per hit?
Yeah,
or
that's
like,
per
how does that
hit.
work? So if I use that with like bullet seed, is it
Yes.
per bullet seed hit.
Yes.
Ooh. And what about Garchomp? Garchomp's got like a double hit move, which is also physical. Garchomp, did you want this scarf? Or we'll figure that out later. But
Yeah, I was gonna say, how are you talking to Garchomp?
Oh, he's
Yeah,
asking
Garchomp.
he's asking Aries.
Aries,
There
the
we go.
Yeah, we'll sort it out later. Alright, thank you.
Yep. Also, from now on, you're eligible for to getting a free citrus berry for every mission that you do.
I mean, I don't even know if we've done more than 5 missions. Yes.
She's just going to sigh and say, "Don't remind me."
Doesn't
he's
this
gonna
also
give,
come with a certain favor from someone.
Yep, I was just getting to that. The voice in the sky.
He's gonna give these one of
Mysterious.
each of these to Clowitzer and Haxers.
Clouds is not even gonna say no. He's just gonna take it. Axers looks at you confusedly.
I mean, didn't you use one in the last battle?
He's going to nod, but say, you should keep it.
We were given 3 of them.
Yeah.
Already have one now.
Yeah, but you're weaker.
Yeah, but you still had to use one, which proves it's still good for you to have one.
She's going to put her hand on your head and say, no.
I'm gonna glare to take it.
So what do you say?
I glare at her and I just say, take it.
I will do so if you order me. But I will not do it out of my
order you
own
to
free will. So what
I
is
order you to take this for your. I order you to take this for your own safety.
She narrows her eyes, but takes it.
Look, think of it this way: if I go down twice, then you still have something to give me. Would that make you feel better if you thought of it that way?
She just shakes her head. It is not satisfying conclusion, but it's not like you actually care about my feelings.
I don't want you to die. I don't want anyone else to die.
I don't want you to die either. Look, I was just going to sigh again and just say, well, look at you. Liking each other so much. So I am a little bit on edge because apparently you guys fought Glacian. That means she might take that as us attacking her.
I mean, she was the one kidnapping us and Cosmo.
Yeah, it's just... There's 2 different guild masters right outside of the door right now.
Oh, so that's who Evie was talking to.
Yeah, that Charmeleon is a guild master of the guild on the continent of Air, the Wavy guild, and the Noctowl is a current guild mistress of the guild on the Mist continent. He just like puts his paw on his head. It's never a good thing when there's too many guild masters in one place.
I mean, I'm actually a little bit surprised the run from Capham Town onto here, given how close the events was to them.
Well, they are kind of busy right now. I'm not gonna get into what they are doing, but let's just say that they cannot exactly be here right now.
Fair enough. It's a busy world we live in.
So apparently, the guild master from the continent of water just kinda up and vanished. And
That's alarming.
he pulls out a piece of paper, reading it, and says, "And I do have to say that this is weirdly well timed, considering Glacian is being very aggressive right now." He looks at you. "I would not be surprised if, well, the worst came to pass, and this was actually Glacian having that Guildmaster removed, considering that Guildmaster was apparently very friendly with Capim Guild."
Yeah. Well, you do not have an easy job.
He's just going to put down the paper and just say, "You know, I would actually much prefer being out there and actually doing stuff instead of having to talk to people and having to deal with all of this." He says, holding the paper.
I am also one who prefers field work to paperwork.
I miss the days when we just had to go to gods and beat them up.
Right. Well, I do have quite a lot to do. Is there anything else before I take my leave?
Not really. You have your orders.
All right. Thank you for the promotion. What rank is that now?
You're a gold rank. Oh,
Um,
I almost
and-
forgot to mention this. You're eligible for one favor from any kind of guild member.
I will make note of that.
This does go for the guild association as well, by the way. He's just going to look at you very directly in the eyes and say, "Do not abuse this."
I mean, unless the guys happen to have a Master Ball lying around, I don't think that's going to be too much use for me.
He's just going to shake his head and say, "Master Ball." Imagine such a thing
Yep.
actually being in our world.
And make my combat with Mew a lot easier.
You're still going on about that?
Yeah.
Toucannon?
Right. Yeah.
It's going to sound really weird, but I'm ordering you to get over it.
I mean, what if it was Eevee? Would you be able to get over it just like that?
I'm pretty sure Eevee is badass enough to actually not actually be one.
I used to think the same thing about Cresselia.
Well, I mean, we did beat up Cresselia pretty easily back in the past.
Yeah, I know. She told me.
Yeah. Like, I don't have to think about this sort of thing because, you see, it just turns out that Eevee is actually stronger than me. So if anything, you should actually be talking to Eevee about this and turn the conversation or what if something would happen to me. That would probably work better. Anyway, I
Yeah,
do get your
but-
point, and your point is pointless because it is a hypothetical situation.
Yeah, well, so is my battle against the Mew, apparently.
Toucannon? You know I
Yeah.
can read aura, right?
I mean, you are a Lucario.
Yep. I can definitely sense that there's a little bit of red flowing into you right now.
Yeah, I mean, when I started all this, I was Olive, but Pokemon change.
Not in a positive way.
He just shrugs as he starts heading towards the door.
Toucannon?
Yes?
First, I have not actually allowed you to leave. And second, be wary of yourself, okay? Lest you become the very monster you think you are fighting.
I'm trying to be more open with my team and talk to them more about it.
No, I'm not even talking about like discussing this with your team. I'm talking about don't lose your own soul. Or spirit, I guess, as they call it here.
Uh, listen, I don't know how the world's going to change me, but I'll try. I'm just going to keep trying my best.
I just hate having to send a team after you one day. Anyway, you're free.
Is there anything else,
No,
Guildmaster?
You're free to go.
That's Toucannon heads out. Toucannon is heading out of the guild completely, and he's going to go to one of the Kangaskhan statues.
So, as you leave the guild, Klawitzer pokes you again.
I look back at Klawitzer.
We need to
Yep.
talk.
I mean, I'm trying to talk more, so yeah, what would you like to talk about?
Lucario just said that you are turning evil.
I mean, red doesn't mean evil. Bolt's aura is red, and he's not evil.
We don't know that. He's a kid.
Priscilla's entire story of Darkrai was how red doesn't have to be evil.
Klawitzer just going to sigh, just say, Darkrai was evil.
Yeah, but it wasn't because his aura.
How do you know that?
That's what Priscilla told me.
And you just believe her?
I mean,
You know she
want
can
me
be
to-
wrong, right?
yeah, I mean, that's literally an entire big plot point of, like, a lot of our conversations.
Yeah, I mean... What if the aura does actually designate you to...
If that's the case, then shouldn't we go back to Capham Town and eliminate Bolt?
I'm not saying eliminate him, but definitely keep an eye on him.
Well, I've got you guys to keep an eye on me.
I am the only one who could stop you, and at this point I'm not sure I can.
I'm pretty sure Haxorus here would be able to stop me.
She's just going to shake her head.
Alright, fine. You guys might have to work together, but I think you could both stop me.
No.
Listen, I'm not as strong as you think. I couldn't even
Haxorus
hit Weevil.
is going to pick you by the neck, and she's just going to say, look you in the eyes and say, I cannot hurt you.
He's got a tight grip right now.
I could break your neck right now, but I cannot do it.
Alright. Can you guys put me down? This is not comfortable.
Yeah, guys, you're just gonna poke her and just say, yeah, could you, like, for someone who's not, like, hurting him, you're hurting him a lot right now. She's just going to shake her head and says, so much more could be done, and yet, I'm not gonna do it. I cannot do it. And then she just, like, sits you down.
Rubs his neck. Alright, where's that statue? As he goes back to looking for a Kangaskhan statue.
It was this way, follow me.
Follows.
Yep, he just leads you back to the Kangaskhan statue.
I checked the Kangaskhan statue to see if the stuff AWDF took has been returned.
Not yet.
I'm gonna send a message to Arbok with Wonder Mail.
Oh, what are you sending? It's so fucking... I'm freezing over here.
Hey Finn,
Yeah,
you know that conversation we had just before you started streaming
go on.
about a certain thing you said you'd never do on stream?
Go on.
Thing.
Guess
God
who
damn
was
it.
just humming.
God damn it. I was typing, okay? Leave me alone.
I mean,
I was even outside walking my dog, but I had my headset on and heard you humming to the beat.
to be fair, the Pokemon tune is catchy.
It is.
It is. Pokemon music is incredibly catchy. You know, I guess that's one thing that the RCS doesn't have. It doesn't have catchy music. It has
Yeah, I'll give it
atmospheric
that.
music, it has epic music, it has a really high quantity of sad music, but it doesn't have catchy music.
Yes, that is very true.
And like like a lot of people would say, well, yeah, it is supposed to be like a somewhat serious game, but then you have like something like Nier Automata, which has a lot of catchy music. And that's a damn serious game. Like, probably one of the most serious games ever made. Now, Shadow of the Colossus is incredibly serious story and gameplay, and it has real bangers. Hell, look at the... You were just playing the sequel to Tales from the Borderlands, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the first Tales from the Borderlands is one of the best Borderlands, probably the best Borderlands soundtrack ever. And yet, it is incredibly serious. It is so fucking serious. And yet, it is also really funny.
Mm-hmm.
God, how did Telltale fucking make that game?
Sheer luck and bullshittery.
And then you realize, oh yeah, that was around the time when they also made Wolf Among Us and the first Walking Dead game, which were actually ridiculously good, like legendary. I also am a little bit fond of the second Walking Dead game, personally. I think it's actually the third one, the Game of Thrones game and such, that actually they kinda dropped the ball.
Yeah, I definitely need to play the other ones. I've only ever played the first.
Yeah, like, the second Walking Dead game is still good. It has some problems, don't get me wrong, but it is still good. The third one is bad. Like, okay, so you know Clem, you know the girl.
Mm-hmm.
In the third game, she's completely out of character. Like, holy shit! Like the difference between season 2 and season 3, Clem. She's an entirely different character. And not in a good way, like a Firefly style, you know, character progression thing. No, like a literally different character. Completely retconned and rewritten. Like, can you imagine Clem from season 1 and 2 fucking selling a child for drugs?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I can't.
Alright, that's the Wonder Bell reply I sent.
Let me know what is.
I just completely disregarded this question of how it got back so quickly. Just to like purposely fan that, oh god, maybe these guys are more powerful than we thought. We've feel there. I don't feel like I need to reply to that. Actually, I will reply to that.
Reply, lol, lemao even. Answer, okay.
Personally, I would have answered, you didn't kill us in the one chance that you had, and now we're not going to ever make that mistake again. So good luck.
Oh, she's assuming that Toucannon is gonna be stupid enough to go alone.
I mean, he definitely would.
I mean, your definition of Toucannon alone is of the 3 he's currently got with him. Yeah, in my head right now, they're kind of like, oh shit, we actually need to hurry with this. I like to think that they're scared, like, try to do tough talk as they're like just shivering.
Oh, by the way, a little detail, Vivo on her Wonder Mail, always like draws like a little, like emote of herself.
Oh, that's actually adorable.
And you know,
I mean, is it really?
And that one, the final one, you know, has like her being like angry at you.
Yeah. Again, in my headcanon, they're actually just scared. Like, oh god, we picked up too big a target.
Oh, think what you will.
Yes. Alright. Well, my next bit of... You know what? I'm gonna go to the Kecleons. I haven't seen them in a bit.
Alright, you're gonna be going to Kecleons.
Yeah.
But before we do that, we are gonna go to Garchomp because we have been on you for 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah, more than fair enough.
Alright.
Honestly, I'm surprised that Aggron hasn't showed up yet.
He will show up when he
He
shows
said
up.
he'd be late today.
Well,
Well,
he
he
did
did
also
also
say that he's gonna be back normally.
Yeah, he kind of
Well,
said things are going well, actually.
Yeah, out of character question, this bag, is it meant to upgrade to the next thing?
there is
no,
other
this is
upgrade.
it. You know how in the games you get like a new upgrade to your bag every rank?
Yeah.
In Pokerole, you get 1 upgrade, and that's it.
Oh, okay, I just wasn't sure if like the symbol was going to change to a gold one or something.
Let's see if this is the correct music.
My god. Nala finally did it. She caught the illustrious tail.
Yay, take a photo!
She did it.
I can. Without her catching me up, she went around the corner. Oh no. If I peek around the corner, she's probably gonna stop and look at me.
Deploy the drones.
Deploy the drones!
Those would definitely catch her attention too much.
Oh, one of my things arrived. I'll send a photo of it in no, look.
I managed to video the tail end of it, where she pretty much sits down chewing on her tail.
Oh, you videoed it?
Yes, I videoed it. Because I wasn't sure how much of it, if I was going to have time to take pictures, so I just went around the corner with video on. It was too cute not to at least try.
Oh, Cherry Boss, I will check it out after the stream because I cannot do it during the stream.
That is fair. Alright, anyway.
Well, well, well.
But
My
yes,
boy.
she is a tail chaser.
She's a tail. Oh no, she chases tail. Oh no. Implication.
She chases her tail. She's one of those goofy dogs.
Goofnjot.
Yes.
This is the thing I ordered online.
Huh?
I just posted an artwork thing I ordered online.
That's cute.
Ah.
Okay. The human Pinkie Pie's face is a little horrifying.
It's a Chinese knockoff one because it's so much cheaper than the high grade original or real ones.
Yeah, her mouth definitely looks like she's beginning an Ahegao look.
I mean, you can see her eyeballs aren't fully painted white either. But from a distance, it's fine. Okay, just don't wear glasses and don't go too close to it, and it looks
If
fine.
I don't wear glasses, I will probably run into everything.
Anyway, Garchomp.
Yes.
What was the last thing that the Garchomp did?
Stepped through a blue portal that Cosmo made for him.
A purple one.
Or a purple one, yes.
Yeah, the godly ones are purple.
Yes. He stepped through a purple Magnagate that Cosmo opened for him.
Yep. And the first thing that you see is that you are in a place that is barely familiar to you at this point.
Yeah, it's probably been probably about 10, 15-ish years since he's last visited.
Yep. Horrible son. But yeah, you find yourself on a familiar yet unfamiliar island.
Yes. And in his defense, he normally keeps up with, messaging his mother, but he's kind of been
bit
distracted
busy.
lately. Yeah. Anyway, he definitely kind of just stop and take a look around, and even though it has changed much since he's last seen it, he still visibly relaxes and sighs. Definitely been a while.
Actually looks at you.
He would just look back at her.
That you are from here.
He nods. I am. It's just, like I said, it's been a while. I mean, I guess not naturally from here, obviously, but this is where I was born and raised.
This is not fitting. Give me a moment. Is it a little too emotional?
Yeah, this is end of the campaign, deciding, our we've gotten our victory and our characters are deciding what to do with themselves.
Yeah, this is more fitting.
I mean, look, get your good ending now before the bad one becomes canon.
Yeah, this is fitting for the area. Alright, so, have I ever described the island to you, Aries?
No.
Alright, so the island is basically kinda in between container of water and container of sand, right?
Okay.
And it is kinda... because of that, it kinda takes both, right? So you can tell that it is... okay, have you ever seen the island of Crete?
No.
Oh my god. Okay, it is basically very sandy, very warm, and more akin to that of a desert rather than like a Hawaii kind of island.
Okay, I can see that.
But yeah. So yeah, you find yourself there, and the first thing that is a big difference is the fact that you can see a road.
that definitely gets a raised eyebrow out of him.
Yeah. And, looking down, you will notice that the road leads to extremely small, tiny-ass harbor. Basically just like, not even a harbor, but literally just like a little bridge of wood that leads into the ocean.
A plank dock.
Yeah, basically just like size one dog. Yes, size one dog. Oh god, that sounds like I'm saying size one dog. What the fuck is a size one dog?
Chihuahua.
Oh no. No, it's like those like Yorkshire Terriers. There's like a rat doggos.
Or
Teacup
even
chihuahua,
better,
a teacup
a teacup
chihuahua.
chihuahua,
Yeah,
yeah.
teacup chihuahua. Let's go.
Dog scale has begun.
But yeah.
He would definitely look at all this very confusedly.
You can see that the road leads further into the island, and on some of the trees you can see that there's like a little, like, essentially birdhouses, and you can see that there's a little picky pecks, who are there.
Oh,
With occasional
cute.
Trumbeak.
Trumbeak?
Yeah, this is the area, this is the island range where picky pecks, Trumbeaks, and Toucannons are from.
Oh, I was just gonna say, he's gonna get a Vietnam flashback of Toucannon anytime he sees them.
Nah. I mean, honestly, as long as he knows that Toucannon is a human, he's not going to associate your behavior with them.
Yeah.
He knows better than that.
And these trees, right, that have these like birdhouses also have like a little lantern that you're pretty sure at night is supposed to provide light.
Huh. And those definitely weren't there the last time he was here.
Yep. The road was not here. It generally looks like someone has worked on this island a lot.
Huh. Well, the first thing he's going to do is... What?
I hit myself on the table.
Oh, don't do that.
I'm just a dummy.
I mean,
At least
so
it
am I,
wasn't
but
a knife
you
this time.
still shouldn't do that.
So what do you say, brother?
At least it wasn't a knife this time.
No, I don't have the knife here.
Good.
I'm no longer playing with a knife. Now I'm playing with a gun.
Oh God.
I'm joking. I have the gun. I totally don't have a gun. Wink.
No way. Why would you ever?
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so yeah, Garchomp. How is Garchomp feeling right now?
He's definitely got a lot of conflicted feelings and like just looks on his face. Kind of switching between confusion and also a bit of worry. And also a bit of frustration. Because the last time that he was here, this was pretty much one of the only like safe havens he can think of that weren't overly civilized yet. Still had that frontier vibe.
Alright, so yeah. What does Garchomp want to do?
Well, the first thing he's going to do is take a quick breather, steady himself. He's going to pull out his Wonder Mail. He's going to write a quick courtesy Wonder Mail to his father, since he knows that his mother seems to be a bit indisposed as of right now. At least the last time that he messaged. And he's going to just inform his father, hey, I'm currently on the island, heading towards your way for a visit.
Put on pants. It's okay, my autists don't wear pants, they are noodle.
And then, yeah, he's just going to like steady himself and start walking down the direction towards home. He's just going to like shake his head for a moment and write just like a quick reply, just saying, "I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to joke."
But you know exactly where your parents' place is. It's further into the island, at the very heart of it, actually.
Yep. And then he's just gonna reply, "On my way now." And just like I said, he's gonna start walking.
All right. Well, you are actually following a road right now.
And as he's walking, he's actually going to just kind of reach down for one of Fracture's little arms and to like try to take her little claw, paw, hand, whatever you want to call that.
Basic hands.
Yeah. He's going to just like gently nudge his arm spike under her hand.
She looks at you confusedly.
He looks away, but just insists anyway.
She's just gonna give you a grin and say, "Wow. Never expected to see today."
Just hold it.
She's just gonna shake her head, but she is going to hold you.
That would get a small smile out of him as he starts walking just a little bit faster now.
No, but she's tiny compared to you. Look at it.
Yeah, that's why I said just a little bit.
Alright.
Because he was definitely being a little bit sluggish in comparison to his normal stride.
But yeah, making your way further towards the lake, you eventually will be able to see it. So, the last time you remember, the lake was actually heavily obscured by vegetation, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is still obscured by vegetation, except from the road. You can see that the road actually leads all the way to what could only be described as a little hovel. So, the lake is there, and it does have like a little pier, right? You remember this. What you don't remember is that there is now, like I said, a little like hut or hovel right outside. And you can see that there's a lot of rocks around that are either smashed or they are like essentially sculpted to look like shapes.
Well, he wouldn't be all too confused by the hut, though he would definitely be like slightly wondering whether or not if it was his parents, because he could definitely see his parents making and living out of a hut. But he would also be worried if someone else built it.
Oh?
But he would still approach and give the door of the hut a knock.
As you knock on the door, you suddenly, from one side of your head, you hear, "Oh my gosh, it is actually you."
He turns to look at that side.
You can see your father's head poking out of the hole in the wall.
He's just gonna like roll his eyes and shake his head.
Yeah, and he's just like, he looks like he cannot believe his eyes.
Hi, Striker.
Yes, obviously it's actually me.
Oh, Striker?
Yes, Striker has finally
Heyo.
showed up. Hi.
Right.
I just didn't want to interrupt what was going on.
No, it's okay. You could never interrupt. Your presence is always welcome.
Well, yes, but you guys are in a scene, and I didn't want to interrupt the scene.
Well, interrupted anyway. We appreciate your presence.
But
Well, I'm here. Now
yeah,
continue.
my little thing just like looks you up and down, and he just says, last time I saw you, you were so much smaller. This is so much
He's
cuter.
gonna nod. That one would definitely get like a groan out of him. Yes, I know. I had just became a godbite. I was so big and strong.
Now look at you, because of your Garchomp.
He just nods. I know. It's been an eventful few weeks.
Give me a moment.
12 months.
Let's not talk in front of a door. And his head just vanishes into the building. He even has like a, you know how like cats and dogs have like those like wall thingies?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he has that. He's just like goes in as he goes in. Yeah, he just opens the door. Wrapping around you as he gives you a very noodly hug.
Garchomp would definitely stiffen for a moment, but then he'd relax just long enough to give his dad a quick hug. It's good to see you, Dad.
It's been so long.
He nods. I'm sorry, well, travel's only just recently become convenient.
Just going to nod to the answers. It's alright, I accepted this. It was explained to me. I understand that this is a... Well, I was about to say Gabbai, but I guess a Garchomp thing.
He's gonna kind of shrug and say, I mean, I've been trying to continue to break that stigma, like you always said I should. But it's not that I didn't want to visit. It's that, I don't know, I guess I sometimes felt like I needed an excuse to.
Just great to nod to that.
Anyway.
Yeah, let's go inside. Let's go inside. And he just like noodles in.
Still holding Fracture's paw, he's going to like motion for her to step inside.
Yeah, she's just gonna go inside. Upon entering, you know, your parents' home, though, she's gonna look at you and say, you know, I never expected him to actually be real.
And that would definitely get like a raised eyebrow out of him as he walks inside with her. Why not?
Oh. To the last moment, I kind of thought that you just had like some kind of weird orb use against you or something that turned you the way you are.
And they do that?
She shrugs. I don't know. Orbs are weird. I mean, an orb can turn you into entirely different Pokemon after all.
He's just gonna nod and say, I mean, yeah, but I've never heard of an orb that can turn you into an abnormal. Usually they always just turn you into some random purebred.
I mean, have you experienced every single orb out there?
He'll shake his head and say, no, and I mean, I don't mean to say I have, but I'm saying I'm definitely a lot more well-traveled than most Pokemon. And I definitely have heard a lot of stories about a lot of different orbs, but definitely never any that, well, could turn a Pokemon into one like me.
Same.
And he'll shrug and say, he'll just shrug and say, I mean, you're not wrong, it could be, but I think it's very unlikely.
Like, are Milotic supposed to be like parents are?
He's gonna nod again and say, yeah, they definitely are. I mean, I'm not denying that.
So, just so weird. Sorry that I'm talking about your dad.
And he'll shake his head and say, no, I agree with you. He's, well, I guess it's kind of a Milotic thing to be very physical, affectionate, emotional. I've heard a lot of things.
But yeah, from one of the side rooms, you can see that your dad is just like putting down food and everything. It's like really quickly preparing you everything.
Probably whatever he knows that Garchomp loved as a gobite.
Yep.
Probably some sort of like spiced fish stick kebab or something.
Let's just say that, yeah.
That would definitely get like an actual smile out of him. Like not a little half-baked smile, like a full smile.
Yeah, and while he's doing that, you will see him just like extend his tail towards the door and just with his tail just close the door.
As he looks at the meal, he's just gonna say, "Of course you remembered."
He's not even gonna reply, he's just gonna smile.
He'll just kind of shake his head a little bit at that.
You're just gonna... You see Fracture just looking around, you know, like... At like all the weird things on the walls and such, and... You know, the weirdly strange amount of your father's scales just kinda being on the walls. At this point, literally being used as like a weird decoration.
Well, I mean, from his childhood, he'd probably hear from his parents that they tend to probably shed, I'm guessing.
Yes. Every now and then.
Yeah. Definitely something that I'm not sure. Do Garchomps shed scales occasionally?
Weirdly enough, not too much actually.
Okay, well, given his hybridism, would this Garchomp?
Possibly. See, so in Mystery Dungeon, Garchomp's scale and Milotic scale are actually items, right? And because of this, I actually have values for rarity. And Milotic scales are less rare than Garchomp scales.
Which, given how rare Milotics are in the first place, goes to show.
Yeah. I think this may be because Milotics are literally snakes, and snakes literally drop their entire skin.
Yeah, that's fair.
While Garchomp is more of a weird shark-dragon combo.
So they'd probably only lose their scales upon death, or maybe occasionally in a fight that they survive if they get hit hard enough and survive.
Yeah. Like, vast majority of dragon types do have a scale item. And, you know, like, I basically have rarities for all of it, and Garchomp is, the higher rarity.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, weirdly enough, it's not actually called Garchomp scale, it's called Gabite scale.
That'd probably be...
So maybe Garchomps don't lose their scales at all?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Either that, or they're just so rare it's not worth mentioning. Because, I mean, Gabites are probably the primary force of the Gibble line in this world.
Yeah, like, what does the item actually do? Huh? There we go. Oh. Well, that's interesting. So, do you wanna know what Gabite scale does?
Go on.
Yeah.
When consumed, it heals all status effects and also slightly fills belly. It fills as much belly as 10 plain seeds.
What about Garchomp scales?
Huh.
Do they do the same thing?
There is no item known as Garchomp scale, only Gabite.
I was gonna say because
So, in other words, it's up for interpretation.
But yeah, Gabite scales are apparently ridiculously rare and ridiculously useful. They're basically refresh in an item.
So you're saying that if it were before he evolved, he could literally make a killing in business.
Yes.
Especially considering it would probably end up combining the scales, so what does the Milotic scale do?
Oh, Milotic scale is really funny. It's basically the same as rare candy.
I'm not sure what rare candy does.
It increases your level by 1.
So you can literally just, in the middle of combat, like, not only will you recover all of your status effects, but you just suddenly become stronger.
Yeah.
Permanently.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I can just feel Toucannon salivating right now.
We need to eat Garchomp.
I mean, I was about to say before, you're telling me during that combat, you could have just had Aggron nibble on Garchomp and fall out of love.
I mean, again, that's what I was saying, that's kind of open to interpretation since there is no actual item for Garchomp scales. The DM could literally rule it as they want.
Well, it's more like, considering Garchomp's skin is probably much harder than Gabite's, I would assume that they just don't lose their scales anymore. Maybe that's like the big difference, not just the size, the sharpness of their claws, but also like the skin being harder. Because their defense that does increase, I'm looking at it right now. And it increases quite a lot. The Gabite is more of a glass cannon, but Garchomp is like tanky cannon.
Yeah, Garchomp is the best of both worlds.
Well, his special attack kinda fucking sucks though. But what are you gonna be using special attack for?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Dragon
like,
breath.
9.
Yeah, like
I was gonna say
Earth
like,
power?
not 9 out of 10 dragon moves tend to be physical anyway. Even the ones that like you think should be special are physical.
Yeah, like the fucking dragon rage.
Yep.
But yeah, for instance, in Arceus, my Garchomp is kinda spamming Earth power, so you know.
Exactly.
It's still useful, it's just his special attack is so low.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where it's situational.
But yeah.
And I guess my Garchomp kind of follows that trend too, because he has natural in, Brawl, which goes along with the physical, but doesn't have natural in Channel.
But yeah, so your father, just very quickly prepares food, and you can see that his side of the table is definitely made for Noodle. As he is like a little thing that he can wrap around.
That's adorable.
By the way, in the main hallway, you can even see that there's like a little tunnel that you can smell water from. You're pretty sure that is actually his way to go back to the lake.
Ah, that makes sense. I mean, he's definitely got to keep up the constant healing of this place.
Yeah. What would you do?
He would probably spend like a solid 30 seconds just kind of taking in everything, breathing in the like all the familiar scents, though he would definitely be a little bit more confused about the home, because last time he was here, his parents kind of just vibed at the lake. They didn't really bother with, cover.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, why would you really need cover around here? Normally.
I mean, you can ask him about that.
Well, he definitely plans to. Just, he doesn't want to just open up with, why do you have a home?
Dad, why did you make a home?
So I guess what he would be doing next after, taking everything in for a bit, he'd just nod to himself and step forward up to the table.
Alright.
Taking Fracture along with him.
Yep, Fracture goes as well.
By the way, if he had a hand, it'd be squeezing hers like so tight right now.
Yeah, thankfully, you don't have hands. You're weird claw wing things. You're basically a wyvern.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're not even a real dragon.
How dare.
Sorry.
No, it's true. I mean, dragons have, 4 legs and wings.
Wow, did you just explain to me what a wyvern is? Disgusting.
Well, I explained to you what a dragon is.
Did you just explain to me what a dragon is? Disgusting.
Yes. A dragon is a slut.
Actually, vast majority of dragons are not sluts.
That's why they're called
I know.
bad dragons.
Please.
I was about to say, are you sure? Have you seen the copious numbers of half dragons in different storylines?
Well, you see, that's actually D&D. In Pathfinder, vast majority of dragons actually do not go around fucking mortals.
Yeah, usually half dragons come about in magical means instead of sexual means in Pathfinder.
Yes, not to mention for vast majority of chromatic or, you know, the other metallic dragons, mating with mortals is generally considered kind of social faux pas.
Abu.
Yeah, but I mean,
not really taboo. It's not like, except for blue dragons and such, it's not like considered a taboo. But it's definitely kind of like other dragons are gonna be looking at you between their claws and be like, "Oh my god, look at Amanda over there. You know, she is with a half elf. Ooh."
looking down upon them.
Yes.
I'd eyes the blue dragon in my Dragonfall campaign. Granted, that was all
Oh, yeah.
experimentation, but yeah.
But yeah.
But yeah, I mean, in all fairness, though, if you put Pathfinder aside, there are definitely copious amounts of like stories and like universes that involve very intimate dragons.
See, I feel like that's mostly just D&D perception because yes, in D&D dragons are fucking sluts. So much so that a dragonborn is now a fucking race. Like a major playable race because there's just so many of them.
I mean, it makes sense because I mean, people have kind of like taken that idea from the original like. I don't want to say memes because memes didn't exist back then, but like
Oh,
the
no.
original.
Memes have existed for as long as there's been any sort of socializing.
This is where
They're just more prevalent.
This is where Arius is like,
Okay.
wait, what, memes? And then we will have to tell him, oh yeah, we are talking about the original version of what that word means.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the physical/digital versions of them, I should say.
Have you not
But
heard of the
anyway.
caveman paintings?
Oh
Those
god.
are memes.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to get at is, yeah, people kind of took that meme and ran with it, and it's very seldom that a story like Pathfinder comes across where they're not sluts.
Yeah. Except for very specific ones. Like any
Yeah.
kind of fey dragon, you know, like fairy dragons, havoc dragons, etc. They are much more likely to mate outside of dragons because, well, you know, they're chaotic.
The Fey influence.
Yeah, they're fey,
Yeah.
they're chaotic. You know, the more chaotic the dragon, the more likely they are to mate with mortals.
And then there's the Dutch Angel dragons, where they literally don't have the parts.
I feel like we're getting very off topic.
Yeah,
Yes.
they're so off topic. But yeah, your father is waiting for you while using his tail, you know, to cook a meal. He's smiling. He's waiting. He's looking at you. He's looking at Fracture. He's ready.
Well, he will take a seat at the table and motion for the he's going to specifically take the seat next to him and scoot it extra close to him and then motion her towards it.
You to shrug and sit down.
With a nod and another deep breath, prepared for all the cringy things his father's going to say, he's going to offer his father a small smile and just say, "Hey, Dad."
Oh, I have not had someone call me that in a very long time.
He just kind of shrugs and says, "I guess that's fair."
I mean, your mom calls me many things, but definitely not daddy yet.
Oh, okay. Wait, I don't want to know about that.
Oh, she's gonna be so excited to see you once she wakes up.
Oh, she's asleep?
She sleeps a lot for the past 2 weeks or so.
And he'll tilt his head and say, "Is she okay?"
Oh, I would say that she's incredibly okay. Or at least I sure hope so.
He opens his mouth and then closes it. She's not. Did you? You did, didn't you?
Oh, I don't know. What have I done, son?
He just shakes his head and just says, "There doesn't need to be two of us."
Oh, but I'm very certain we've already mentioned it to you.
If you have, in all fairness, especially this last like 2 weeks have been constantly back to back, hectic and chaotic, and there's been so much going on. I haven't been able to process all of it.
He's just going. While you're saying this, he's just going to, without looking, he's just going to put food in bowls for you. And he's just going to deliver, a bowl to you, a bowl to Fracture. He's also gonna, deliver the same bowl to himself.
Oh, he's not doing the spiced fish skewers.
Oh, he puts them in bowls.
Oh, okay. Huh? Garchomp would actually kind of just like take a solid minute to just like savor the smell and the look of them, because it has been a long time since he has eaten his father's cooking.
Yep. Fracture just, doesn't actually do any of that. She pokes it a couple times, then she just shrugs and just eats it.
Yeah, it would take him a while, but eventually he would just kind of nod, satisfied that he has gotten as much of the scent as he can get, before picking up one of the sticks and taking a yum.
While you're eating, your father is just going to nod and say, "But yes, your mother is currently probably about a week or maybe 2 weeks into expecting an egg."
And he's just gonna nod at that and say, "Of course."
And you can imagine that tires her out.
He'll nod at that. And then he'll just say, "I really hope they turn out to be a bit more like you. I'd rather they be sticking around here, especially knowing all that's going on in the world outside of this little island."
Oh? What do you mean by that?
There's so much going on outside of the island that honestly it just makes me worried for the world altogether.
Well, right here you can tell us about it.
He'd take half a second to just think for a moment, and it's a long story, but yeah. And then he'd probably just spend the next hour and a half going over the details of their whole adventure, meeting with the humans, finally straying off the path of being a mercenary and kind of joining a guild, much to his own chagrin, and all the adventures had up until that point, and all of the existential crises they had to have as the world pretty much started falling apart one piece at a time.
After you will be done with your story, your father is just going to nod to himself and say, "Ah, so I see that our family just cannot escape being connected to you."
Would his father have told him about
No.
whatever this connection? Oh, okay. Garchomp actually looks very confused at that.
Oh.
You guys never told me you dealt with humans.
Oh, it's because I've never even told your mom.
Oh, so just you.
Yes. A long time ago, 20 or so cycles ago, there was an Eevee that came to my lake seeking guidance. And I have guided her. Apparently this Eevee was a human. He actually moves his tail to his mouth and just says, "I wonder what became of her. I wonder if she's okay." She was searching for a way how to, and I quote, open the hearts of all Pokemon in the world. And you can imagine my heart is quite big, and I'm very familiar with heart.
He's going to kind of like just sigh a bit and say, weirdly enough, I'm pretty sure I know the exact Eevee you're talking about, and
Oh.
she's not an Eevee anymore.
I mean, as one would imagine, she would not be around if she was still an Eevee.
Well, I guess that's fair, but let's just say she's also not. Her goals aren't anywhere near as aligned with the Eevee that you were talking about either. She's
In that case,
different.
I would prefer to remember her for the conversation that we had, rather than for what she is now.
Yeah, I guess to put it simply without going into too much detail, I'm pretty sure we nearly came close to killing one another very, very recently.
He's just going to sigh sadly and say, I guess that's my fault.
He'll tilt his head at that.
Well, I'm the one who brought this strange curse upon you, after all.
He'll shake his head and say, as if you can control these things. The universe is what enacts them, not you.
I don't know. Go to the container of sand, ask your average Pokemon, and they will tell you that Milotics can control fate, can help you give birth, can heal all sicknesses, yada yada yada. You know how that goes.
Dad, I was born and raised around you. I've known to ignore the stigmas.
So yeah, you sadly know exactly for you know me for who I am. A completely normal Milotic. That is very boring.
He's just gonna kind of like laugh a little bit and say, yeah, and it's that boring life of just sitting on an island that kind of made me want to wander.
Well, I mean, he looks around. As you can see, your mom was also rather busy and kind of jittery about staying on the island.
He'll nod and say, yeah, the house is definitely strange. Not what I expected to see here.
Yes, it is not exactly our thing to be constructing things. That's definitely more of your mom's species thing.
He'll just nod and say, yeah, definitely not your thing to even live in a home in the first place.
Yes, though I am enjoying it. And I do like the fact that she actually made it very comfortable for me. I mean, I am all about entering halls after all. He says, winking.
He groans as loudly as a Garchomp can groan. Oh, God. What's next? Are you going to start with the dad jokes again?
No. You see, I'm
not yet.
No, I'm
he says, raising an eyebrow.
No, you see, I'm actually waiting for your brother or sister to be able to do those again.
He'll kind of just nod a bit and say, so what you're saying is my days are numbered.
Yes, completely and absolutely.
He'll kind of like have a small smirk and just like shake his head again, just like, oh dear.
Now, I do have to say that I was actually planning to contact you. Even if you were not, about to contact me.
He'll tilt his head.
Well, I was hoping that you would be there for when your brother or sister would be born.
Oh. I guess that's fair.
You just
Do we have
you just
any
kind of arrived earlier than I expected.
Oh, I guess that's fair enough. Let's just say I guess I kind of just needed a small break from the constant world falling apart. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't already gotten a wonder mail telling me that Toucannon's done something.
Oh, I'm fairly certain that he's going to cause something eventually.
He'll raise an eyebrow and say, "You say that like you know of him."
Oh, I heard some things. Your team is very famous.
Oh, gods.
Yes, there is a Lapras that commonly arrives by our island about every week or so. And she tells us that she has actually had dealings with you, and she told us all about you, about how you fought some kind of horribly evil black and red Pokemon that was turning everything to stone.
He's gonna kind of just sigh and just say, if I didn't know that Lapras as well as I do, I'd want to give them a bit of a punch.
Oh, please do not punch her. She's a wonderful lady. A little bit on the older side, but she's wonderful.
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm saying I would never, I couldn't ever actually do it. Because, yes, she is. I mean, heck, we actually, you'll probably hear this from her pretty soon, but we actually even gave her a ticket to the Ocean Resort.
Oh, you've been to the Ocean Resort?
He'll nod.
Yeah, I've heard about that place being wonderful. So
He'll nod again.
So I would never understand why I would want to go to the Ocean Resort when I have my own Ocean Resort right here. You're the only Pokemon that actually I would want to spend it with.
He nods again and just says, I mean, yeah, I mean, you do have something pretty amazing here, but the Ocean Resort has luxuries. That's kind of the point of it. And the point of it is also to bring the one that you would want to spend it with.
He's just going to smile and say, the biggest luxury one can afford is that over the heart, my son.
He's gonna nod and just say, I mean, yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't have any other luxuries.
Ah, definitely changed.
He actually doesn't respond to that one, kind of just looking away a bit. And then glancing at Fracture.
Fracture is just kind of looking awkward. You're just like pretending to still be eating an empty bowl.
Just like tapping her fingers on it, holding it up to her face and sniffing at it a little bit.
Yeah. Like, it's pretty obvious that she's just trying to be as small as possible.
He's gonna kind of like after like a long moment of silence, he'll just break it with a small cough and say, anyway, so to our previous conversation, is there an actual like due date for the egg?
Oh, well, with you, it was actually, it was around now when it would be late, and then it would take another month for it to open up. So Fracture, right, is just kind of like looking at this conversation with more interest now.
He would kind of tilt his head and then he'd say, so she hasn't laid it and she doesn't seem like she's ready to lay it either?
No, as in, I'm very certain that it's going to happen anytime soon. Could be tomorrow, could be day after tomorrow, who knows?
Huh.
Yes, she's usually just upstairs right now. You could even go see her.
Oh, you can count on that. I just
Please be gentle with her.
am I ever not?
I don't know. It has been a very long time, and you've probably created a small river of dead Pokemon in your wake.
He kind of like looks a little bashfully at that and says, I wouldn't say a small river. I mean, I've had my contracts, but when
Son,
I'm in my right mind, I don't try to kill Pokemon.
son, it's okay. I understand. I know what your mother told me.
He would like raise an eyebrow and tilt his head.
Well, a long time ago, when we started being a thing, she told me about this this concept of primality. I assume you already know what it is.
He'll half nod and say, kinda.
Yes, she told me about there being Pokemon who are much closer to their... Well, so apparently she met with a scholar a long time ago. And the scholar explained to her that a long time ago, way back in the past, even before me, Pokemon were almost mindless beasts. And apparently Garchomps, or you know, your entire species basically, are much more closer to that beast within them.
Guess I kind of see that.
I understood it,
Though,
and I accepted her for what she is, and I do understand that sometimes she has these moments of primality. You know, a primal rage, she calls it. And I understand that you probably, now that you have encountered combat and had to probably fight for your life, I assume you're going through the same thing. I will not judge you, you don't need to lie to me about this sort of thing, it is completely okay, my son.
yeah, he would shake his head and say, I mean, no, I didn't intend to lie about it. Yeah, it's happened, but I mean, I like to feel like I've done well in resisting it.
Or, are you resisting your own nature?
If that is truly my nature, I guess I kind of am, yeah. Considering I haven't yet bitten the head off of Toucannon.
Oh, I bet you definitely wanted that. He smiles.
He'll-
I mean, from what you told me, I would probably bite his head off myself.
He nods and just says, there have been several times I've come very close, but let's just say up to this point, I've gotten lots of help. And, well, she's not blood, but you could say I sort of have a child of my own now, and I couldn't bear the thought of her seeing me do that to him.
Oh, that actually reminds me, could you tell me about this Cosmog? I don't think you have her with you.
He would shake his head and say, not presently, no. She, well, one of my other companions, Aggron, he needed her for the time being.
Oh.
But, it's definitely a long story, but we kind of just, so, I already told you the story of how the Mew kind of just dropped her on me, but when
Yes.
I say that, I mean that quite literally. So apparently we were supposed to have this whole thing where we find the little chest that Cosmog is in. We were supposed to put together the tablet and get a key and then open it, and it was supposed to be a whole spectacle, but no. Our Mew decides to just break the lock open for us, dump her in our lap, and say go.
Mew. I definitely heard about her. And him. They are a complicated bunch.
Ours is apparently the her in that situation, and yeah. Well, needless to say, Cosmog has pretty much been with us since the beginning almost, and well, she has grown into a very considerably powerful little Cosmoem. And honestly, there's not a lot I wouldn't do for her at this point.
No, I'm glad that you're definitely better than your father.
He would definitely look really confusedly at that.
Oh, so you do not actually know this, but a long time ago when you left our island, Your mother had to quite literally beat me up to unconsciousness to actually let you go.
Yeah, she definitely left that out of our wonder mails over the time.
I mean, I'm very certain that's a very difficult topic, but yes, I would not let you go. You see, as minority, we are incredibly protective of our families. And let's just say that letting go my son on a big dangerous journey was absolutely not something that I was willing to let go. And in the end, it was actually your mother that allowed you to go, even against my own will.
He actually looks thoughtful at that. I had no idea.
Again, you are adult enough, you are experienced enough, and look at you, you are Garchomp now. I think you deserve to know at this point.
He'll kind of just nod at that and say, I mean, I appreciate knowing.
Just, you
But
know,
that's
at the time, I don't think you were ready.
he'll kind of just like shrug again and just say, I mean, maybe not, but in the end, what I was pretty much getting at though is, yeah, you are definitely probably very protective of your young, like obviously myself, but at the same time, melodics aren't really known for rage and aggression.
Well, he's just going to sigh. I was quite rage-filled when I heard from your mother that you wish to leave the island. It's just... you didn't really see it because it was a very short rage. Very quickly tempered by your mother.
Fair. But do you regularly think about all the ways you could tear a certain Pokemon apart just for inconveniencing you?
Oh, not for inconveniencing me, but I do eat other Pokemon.
He would just nod and say, weirdly enough, that is something that I have to think about almost daily.
And from what I understand, that's how your mother feels. She's
Honestly.
actually taken the whole building of the island thing as a sort of a therapeutic thing.
I can definitely see why. But, I mean, in that respect, though, the fact that you don't have those thoughts, wouldn't that make you still technically better?
No, see, what I meant by what I said previously is you let Cosmom go. You allowed her to go away from you. He's just going to shake his head. I cannot even imagine doing that willingly.
He'd kind of just, like, think for a moment, and after, like, a deep thought, he'd just say, I guess it's kind of just the thought that in the end, she was built for this. This is what she was meant to do, and she's honestly a lot more grown up than a Pokemon her age should need to be.
And that's exactly what your mother said to me.
Huh.
Told me that you are ready. She told me that you are ready to go out there and make a name for yourself. He's going to shake his head, and I didn't want to accept it. And yet here you are. Obviously she was right.
I admit I didn't really want to make my name as well known as it is.
Well, you definitely
Kind of just
failed
wanted to
at that.
explore. He'll just, like, sigh a bit. I mean, you're not wrong.
Like, your team's name is well spoken for across all of the continent, maybe even beyond.
kind of caught on to that lately. But
Like, why? There are literal ocean fish Pokemon who probably have almost next to zero interaction with the outside world, and they still know you.
that gets actually a small blush out of him as he just says, "Of course. I guess there goes any hopes of me living a quiet life after this."
Nope, I don't think there's gonna be any kind of quiet life for you, my son. He's just going
Not-
to look a little sadly and say, and what a beautiful thing that is.
Not aside from digging a hole in the ground and burying myself in it forever, I suppose.
Oh, I would not recommend it, because then I would have to look for it. Go out of the hole.
He would kind of just smirk at that and say, "Good luck finding me."
Oh, I'm very certain I can find you easy.
Are you sure about that?
I can find you anywhere, son. We are connected by blood. And I'm a Milotic.
I mean, yeah, but I've never heard of Milotics being able to physically track someone down just by being blood.
Maybe once you have your own little one, with what I assume is Fracture over there, he looks at Fracture, then you will understand what I mean.
He'll kind of just nod a little bit and say, "Maybe."
Because I should assume that
I don't
Fracture
know.
over there is your chosen partner, otherwise you would not bring her to this island.
He'll kind of just nod, and also at the same time, he'd reach a wing around her and pull her just a little bit closer to the point where, like, he's almost mashing her up against his side, and just say, "Yeah, you're not wrong there. I kind of wanted to introduce you."
He's just looking at her with like a grin.
What?
Oh, nothing. He looks at you. Never expected you to like them small.
His mouth, like, genuinely just kind of hangs open a bit.
I guess both you and your mom had weird tastes.
And you still have that horn dog mentality.
He shrugs and says, I am a Milotic, my dear.
Yeah, that doesn't make it any easier, you know.
Anyway, so... Hello there, little one. I have just one important question for you. Are you willing to spend the rest of your life with probably the single dumbest Pokemon in the world?
Garchomp actually, like, kind of just nods a little bit in agreement at that.
Oh, I'm not asking you, son. I'm asking you, the little one over there.
Oh, I know. I'm just agreeing to the second half of that statement.
First, she's just gonna look at him, just like... shrug and say... Oh. Your father looks at you and just says, well, you still have work to do. Just not all the way there.
He's gonna kind of just nod and say, we've only been working on it for a few days, so obviously, yeah. But it's been a stressful few days, that's why I wanted to introduce her.
I mean, to be honest, me and your mom, we did actually only know each other for a few days before we made you.
I did not need to know that.
Oh, are you saying that you are not adult enough to know? He's gonna look up in a very nostalgic way and just like, it was such a wonderful, wonderful night. The stars were there. There was not a cloud in sight. And there were two cricket toads making wonderful music.
Okay. Just because I'm old enough to know about mating does not mean I want to hear about my parents' mating. Thanks.
Oh, Here I was about to tell you about that story.
Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. He's gonna then kind of just like look over and see Fracture's done eating, and then just say, "Ah, right, okay. Well, so it seems like it is time to go say hi to Mom."
But the Fracture has been done eating for one.
Oh, I know. He just hasn't been paying attention until now. He's going to just kind of like stand up abruptly and just say, "All right, I think it's time to go visit with Mom now."
Oh. Alrighty then. Well, I do have to say, be careful about the stairs. Let's just say that Mom, she's not very good with them yet. We are probably gonna be rebuilding them eventually.
He would nod a bit and then just say, all right.
Yep. He just like starts slithering across the floor, going up. By the way, you will see that he has like a little hole in the ceiling that he can go to the upper floor.
Of course he does. And Garchomp's just gonna kind of like shake his head again, look down at Fracture, and just say, "I'm sorry for that."
Fracture looks at you and she just says, "I want to go home."
I'm sorry again.
Water is weirder than I expected.
He's gonna nod and just say, "It's kind of just how melodics are, apparently. If they're not weird and all about the, preservation of the forest and all that high and mighty stuff, they're kind of just like him, I guess."
She shakes her head and says, I respect him because he's your dad, but like him very much."
He's gonna kind of just shrug and just say, "I wouldn't really expect you to like him, I guess. I wouldn't expect you to specifically like anyone. Not everybody has the same personality, and there's nobody in this world that's going to be capable of liking everyone, so I respect that."
Yeah, she's just going to nod. She actually reaches for your claw by herself.
He will eagerly offer it now. I think you would definitely like my mother, though.
See.
He just nods. And then he just starts heading for the stairs.
Yeah, so
Carefully.
you know how the entire building is actually pretty nicely built and everything?
Uh-huh.
The stairs are going like sideways a little bit. Some are bigger than others. Yeah, some are not even enough to like occupy your entire leg.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it definitely looks like your mother is. She didn't exactly have the stairs figured.
Well, he's not going to judge it. Because, he definitely couldn't do better.
Hey, you don't know that.
He has never practiced any sort of, like, carpentry or building in his life, so he's pretty sure he couldn't do better.
Because you didn't, yeah. It's another thing that is very weird about you, because Garchomps do actually make, like, big nests. Like, really big nests that they, like, build into, like, mountains and shit.
Yeah, I guess that's probably one thing that he definitely got from his father, is tending to live as natural as he possibly can.
Yeah. Make your way upstairs, braving the stairs of inevitable death. If Toucannon would be here, you're pretty sure that he would be talking about the real Porsche thing again. The stairs don't even have a railing.
I feel like this guy has some mono energy to him.
But yeah, you make your way upstairs and you can see that the upstairs area is definitely the quote-unquote den area. Because you can see that there's like a little Milotic area, which is kind of like a pond. It's like a mini pond, and you can see that it has like one of those weird tunnels that your father uses around. And he's actually currently in it, waiting for you. And
just coiled up.
yep, again, coiled around like a weird. Oh no! I just realized what that would look like, and I don't want to actually even mention the shape. But yeah, you can actually see your mother, and your mother is currently. But you can mostly see her head, as she is mostly in. What would be for a Garchomp a pretty good bed, which is mostly just ground, It's like it's basically like a little bit of rock that was brought from outside that she's just resting on.
Okay. It's a Flintstones bed.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. And yeah, she's just kind of looking at you, eyes open. An expression of anywhere between pain and happiness.
He actually, again, smiles genuinely and actually pretty wide as he looks at her. And then he'll lift his other spare wing and give her a small wave.
Yep.
Hey.
Here's Mama Garchomp.
Oh, big.
Well, yeah, I mean, female Garchomps are bigger than male ones.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which is actually not a common thing with Pokemon, by the way. Like, for vast majority of Pokemon, basically, the more primal the Pokemon, the more common this is in Mystery Dungeon.
Ah, so it's probably also a thing among Fracture's community.
Yes, actually.
Huh.
Yeah, any kind of, like, pack Pokemon, like, Piplubs have this, Puchinas have this. The female ones are just bigger, generally.
Huh.
But like, the herbivore Pokemon and such, they usually don't have this. Weirdly enough, for instance, Ponytas, right, and Rapidushes, we know that they are basically the same size between genders in Mystery Dungeon. Even though in reality, that's actually not the case. Like with horses.
Oh, yeah.
But
That's
yeah,
fair enough.
your mother looks at you.
He would, very genuinely smile and lift his spare wing to give her a wave. Hey, Mom.
She's gonna look away from you, look at your father, and just say, "Took him long enough."
Oh, it wasn't all his fault. I kind of got a little lost in conversation with him.
Swear that you were going through the history of the world downstairs.
I guess I kind of was going through the history of my world.
Oh, that's the only world that matters.
I mean, there's lots of worlds that matter.
What do you mean you can put those in your world?
I mean, yeah, but there are some of those that matter to me that have worlds of their own.
Still don't understand. So.
He'll just kind of shrug and say, I guess I don't.
You will in a couple dozens of cycles. And speaking of dozens of cycles, I'm getting a fucking phone call. Be right back.
Oh, wonderful. So, how was work today, David?
Better than yesterday.
Okay, so not so overly busy that it has you feeling like you're running yourself ragged.
I mean, I paced myself and I did not allow it to run me ragged because of the conversation with Christina the other day and trying my best not to run myself into the ground.
Yeah, that makes sense. I
Yeah,
I,
it's
I
good to
don't
pace
like you
yourself.
to run yourself ragged.
Yeah, I would like to not do that myself.
Well, I'm glad to hear that things are going at least well enough.
Yup.
How is the household life?
They are doing all right.
Any changes? Anything going on?
Gotta get better handle on chores.
I mean, that's pretty much a must in any and everyone's life.
Um. Uh, 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 Nothing.
So
The
no,
kids are
just
back at school, so just kind of life at the moment.
fair enough.
What's that? And as Chrissy was just mumbling in the background, nothing too exciting, which honestly, I will take not too exciting over panic any day.
Yeah,
Not too
yeah,
exciting can be the highlight of my life at the moment.
yeah. I completely understand. I'm right there with you. Honestly, the life's been a little bit too exciting lately, though I will say I am very glad to have had the vacation that I had, because I do genuinely feel completely refreshed.
I need to figure out a time for me to go on a vacation that I actually want to go on.
Australia is quite nice. We've got theme parks.
Ooh,
I don't know if I could travel, just, do something that isn't just a holiday with family in my house that I don't want in my house. Look, I love my
yeah,
brother-in-law and his kids, even if they're a handful, but the combination of him, his kids, their dogs, his wife, my mother-in-law, and the visiting father-in-law and boyfriend, I was just overwhelmed by the end of it all.
I completely understand.
I'm back.
Hi-oh!
Welcome back.
It's not a scam, it was my sister.
Oh,
Are you sure it's still not a scam?
Couldn't play the long game.
She's some. No, no, she okay, she Gucci.
Oh.
Yeah, it's because I yesterday actually sent her a message at like actual midnight about my experience with Pokemon Arceus, and she only now read it because I sent her a message at midnight. But yes. So, where was I? Ah yes, your mom.
yes.
What?
I don't know why that made me laugh.
What do you mean?
Because you were probably thinking of like the fact that the way he said that it was like your mom.
Oh my god.
He's got a point there.
What is this, elementary school?
Maybe?
Yes.
Anyway.
No, there's no maybes about it. It's just yes.
Oh yeah. She's just kind of looking at you, as if not sure you are actually there.
Well, he's not entirely sure what to say. So after like a solid moment of silence, he would kind of just like walk up and with his free wing, yes, dragging Fracture along the whole way, with his free wing, he would reach it around her in a hug.
That will make her happy. It was just a rub her cheek on you.
He will actually smile and do the same.
Afterwards, she would just look at you and say, "Sorry, little time."
It's okay. It's really good to see.
She looks at Fracture. Did she look at Biotech and say, took that from you, by the way. Biotech is just going to shrug.
Garchomp raises an eyebrow and just says, I mean, you had to choose him too.
Oh, I didn't choose him, he chose me.
You chose each other.
No. You see, he used his weird Milotic magic to charm my mind.
He looks at his dad.
Yep, Milotic is just going to nod and say, yep, that's exactly what happened. Absolutely nothing else happened with that whatsoever. Yep, use Milotic... secret Milotic magic.
Then he's just gonna look back at his mom and then just like shake his head, just like, yeah, I don't know about that one.
No, like, seriously, he charmed me and stuff.
I mean, I have heard of those moves, but you know, they don't tend to last. He like thinks on his head, like in his head for a moment, about like nearly 30 years or 30 cycles.
Mayotte is actually going to look at you and say, well, you see, I only needed about, I don't know, like 5 minutes.
Not what I meant. In all that time, if it were truly just the effects of some move, she would have moved on by now. And not to mention, we wouldn't be talking about my soon-to-be sibling.
Well, you see, he actually charmed me again. He basically charms me every morning, every time I look at him.
Yeah, I don't think he's using a move on you, though.
Mayotte just notes, yep, totally using a move. Absolutely nothing to do with it. Yep, Milotic magic.
Dad, you don't need to be a yes man.
He opens his mouth. He closes it.
And Garchomp's just gonna smirk, and once again just like shake his head and say, anyway, the point is, I'm pretty sure I got it from both of you.
So, son,
Uh-huh.
you become strong. You become stronger than your mom. You become stronger than any Garchomp to have ever lived.
Don't
I
know
literally
about
could
all
not be.
that.
I literally could not be more prideful right now.
He like struggles to hold like back from blushing, just says, I don't know about all that.
See, I heard the conversation that you had downstairs. The hall. She points in the middle of the room where there is the Milotic hall. It leaves very little to not be heard. And if half of what you said is true, then yeah, you're probably the single most legendary Garchomp to have ever lived.
Okay, like just like lift a shoulder and just say, I mean, I did have a lot of help.
That might actually be why we managed to do this.
He's gonna nod and say, yeah, I definitely don't think I would have gotten this far without friends, honestly.
Yep, and those friends, they add to your power.
He actually looks thoughtful for a long moment again and then just says, I guess, yeah. Because, I mean, how many Garchomps can you think of that actually actively seek out and regularly spend time with friends?
She's just going to grin and say, not many. This is not outside of Garchomp families.
He'll just kind of nod at that and say, though I guess as of late, I really only have one. Well, no. Now two. Two genuine friends. I met a really nice Pokemon at the resort. He's a really good guy.
Oh? And who is this friend of yours?
One of those, I don't want to call him exactly a god, but some Pokemon call his kind gods, but he honestly just seems like he's just another Pokemon who's misguided by the gods.
Both your father and your mother just look at each other. Then your mother looks at you and says, you know, just the fact that you're so casually speaking of the deities says that you are way beyond what I ever imagined. I thought you were gonna end up like a normal mercenary, just going around offering your services. Look at yourself, a hero. That is on friendly basis with gods.
I mean, up until just a month-ish ago, month and a half, I was just a typical mercenary.
And yet look at yourself now.
He'll definitely, like, just think on that for a moment before saying, I mean, I guess in some ways, yeah, we are actually friends with one of the gods that are said to be one of the most powerful in all the world. But, I mean, again, they don't really seem like gods. They just seem like Pokemon that have incredible power.
I mean, isn't that what all the gods are? It's Pokemon with a lot of power.
I'm seeing that now more than ever, honestly. I mean, growing up, all the books always said, you know, gods were infallible. They always knew what was going to happen, and they always had a perfect plan. Well, let's just say, from what I've learned of the Muse, their plans seem to seldom work out.
Well, you see...
They're definitely not infallible.
See, son, who do you think writes those books? Their followers. People that already have some kind of idea.
I guess that's fair. And sure, yeah, they definitely have lots of power, but honestly, I don't really see them as gods anymore, I guess.
It's important that you are making your own opinion.
Hell, not again. But, anyway. Yes, to your earlier question, yes, Fracture here is, well, current mate, and he looks at her, like, with a smile, hopefully lifelong mate.
You know what it means, right? You being with a fracture is... She shakes her head. If you were back in my home, where I came from many cycles ago, that would never fly. That would be impossible.
He's just gonna nod and say,
The other Garchomps
Yeah,
would kill her and then you.
well, I'm pretty sure it'd be more than just the Garchomps. Her own kind would be probably doing the same.
Probably. I wouldn't know.
In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if once word of our relationship gets out that many of them don't try to hunt us down.
I highly doubt that, considering your reputation.
He'll just kind of like tilt his lift his shoulder in a half shrug and say, I mean, Garchomps and Fractures are known to do things that aren't exactly logical.
Yeah, but they're not suicidal either.
I mean, I've seen them get suicidal.
I really hope they have not degenerate. I mean, to be honest, you know my opinion about my homeland, but I still don't want them to, like, die.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, heck, The only other actual Garchomp that I've met is one who actually lives in a city as well. And I guess a term that I've been taught would be eccentric. That's the best one I can think of to describe him. He's not like you or me, but he is still a Garchomp. You can see it.
So Garchomp, Milotic looks at you and says, "Oh son, you finally found the word that your mother uses about me a lot."
Garchomp tries his best to blatantly ignore that and continues looking at his mother, just saying, "So yeah, I hope to deepen our relationship as much as I can, but in the end, she is her own Pokemon, and she knows I'd never tie her down if she didn't want to be." He kind of just smiles a little bit at that.
Your mother pokes a Fracture in the face and just says, "Well, good luck with him. He came out of these two idiots, so you can imagine that he's probably gonna be quite an idiotic himself."
I mean, not entirely wrong.
Fracture just agreed to quietly nod.
I mean, in all fairness, though, isn't it that it tends to be the women that are smart anyway?
No, not really. It just looks that way.
I don't know, you always seemed brilliant to me.
Really?
He actually nods.
Huh. Never saw that about myself. She actually looks at your dad, and your dad just shrugs and says, "I don't know. I always found you amazing in every possible way." Uh-huh. Like that one time you almost tried to kill me? And he did. He's agreed to not. Yep, even that time. She rolls her eyes, looks at you, and just says, "This is what I ended up with."
He's just gonna nod and say, I mean, I can't exactly disagree with every bit of advice you've ever given me. Pretty much has come in handy at some point in my life, whereas, no offense, Dad, but yours tends to be hit or miss at times.
Oh, and yet you ended up with friends. You have a really nice short stack partner. It's amazing.
He rolls his eyes and says, hence why I said hit or miss and not completely wrong.
You know, did you know that Milotic sometimes create quite a lot of partners? Because you see, our charm magic, Milotic charm magic that totally exists, you know, it's so powerful that we sometimes just cannot have just one.
Garchomp's just going to physically shudder and shake his head at that, pull Fracture much closer now, and just say, I think I am okay with sticking with just the one.
Your mother just shakes her head and says, "This is why it's difficult to be with him."
He's gonna kind of just nod and say, he hasn't tried, has he?
She looks at him. "I don't know, did he?" "Nope." She looks at you and says, "I will believe him."
Garchomp will kind of just nod as well and just say, until he proves me otherwise, I'll believe. He is my father, so I suppose I should respect my elders.
They just look at each other. She looks at you and says, "Oh, you definitely got a lot of him in you."
I guess.
Anyway, so,
Try.
son, important thing. Probably go on your way as usual. See you for another 15 cycles or so. Very soon, I'm gonna be eating the beautiful miracle of life, and then I would like you to meet your future sister or brother. Is that okay with you?
And he actually nods. I mean, if you can give me at least 10 minutes heads up, I could probably be here for it.
That's not how that works, son.
He kind of sighs and says, I know, but if you just get that feeling, you know, like beforehand, that it's coming soon.
Oh, that's not actually how that works at all, actually. I know you kind of don't remember because you were an egg, but just kind of wake up the next day and there's an egg.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Just, I guess I was just kind of getting at if you can have me there, but let's just say he's going to use his free wing to make an air quote. My daughter is actually amazing and can literally make it possible to be just about anywhere instantly.
Marty is going to nod and say, yep, I definitely felt the Magna Gate being opened.
He'll nod and say, yeah, though thankfully not the dangerous kind. I hope.
I honestly do not know. I just know how they feel because, you know that the Eevee human from before I was telling you about? She was using those pretty vicariously.
Huh.
Oh, not her. And she had a friend and companion of hers that was using those.
Would it happen to be a Pokemon by the name of Virizion?
Oh. Actually, yes. How do you know? He's going to smile. She was a wonderful one. We shared so many stories, and I actually helped her out with so many partnership problems.
He's gonna like very visibly like wave a wing at his dad as he's going on and on. Just say, I really don't want to hear it. I know exactly how she is, and honestly, I can see how you two get along. First things first. That's all I want to hear about those two. But yes. I actually met her on the continent of water not too long ago.
Father's just going to nod quietly.
I also learned that she's a part of the Heavenly Knights that particular Eevee was a part of, and yeah, so that does mean that it is indeed the same Eevee. Where now, Glaceon, in fact, that I ended up battling with just today, actually, just a few hours ago. Well, not even an hour, actually. It's only been about an hour to explain everything to you up to this point, so I'd say about an hour and a half ago is when we literally just battled, and frankly, I still don't know how I came out with a scratch.
Your mother's just going to shake her hand and say, look at yourself fighting someone way stronger than you and immediately returning to your mom.
He's gonna kind of like just like not really know what to say and just I honestly not sure. I have no idea how power works or how you tell someone is stronger than you.
I mean,
it never really mattered to me, I guess.
I mean, can they beat you up?
He's gonna kind of shrug and say, I don't know. I mean, she never managed to actually hurt me.
Oh.
Though I don't know if that was by some sort of divine intervention or something.
Well, whatever it is, you are alive. She's probably defeated, so...
He'll nod and say, if it...
Oh no, he's tired.
Sorry. Yeah, the new work shift is going to have me a bit more tired earlier than normal.
Oh no.
But anyway, he's going to like just smile and say, yeah, I mean, as far as that goes, I still don't really know how this whole power thing even works in the first place.
Huh.
But, yeah, I mean, if it weren't for the fact that after my use of my Emerabrace, that I end up being forcefully knocked unconscious, she would be either like executed by Lucario or currently locked up somewhere.
Again, I don't think you really need to worry about it. It is done and done.
Well, I'm not all that worried about it, but what I was getting at is, yes, in a way she was defeated, but also in a way she escaped with her pride because someone else let her. So she might still be a problem in the future, I don't know.
Well, in case be ready to fight her again. See, son, you're a Garchomp. It's very easy to deal with life sometimes. If you have a problem, you're supposed to face it, and if it's a problem that you cannot talk down, it is a problem that you have to destroy. There's no other way about it.
He's just gonna kind of nod at that and say, honestly, I really don't want to fight her again. I mean, it's literally in our nature as Garchomps to be like anathema to ice, and she is pretty much ice. And again, I was very fortunate not to have taken a scratch from her, because if I had even taken a scratch, it probably would have fractured me down the center.
My auntie is gonna look at you and say, and yet my son here survived and won against her without taking even as much as a scratch. So much for anathema.
He's just gonna kind of like nod a little bit and say, yeah, but again, even just like a little sprinkle of like cold and ice is enough to cause serious damage. I should know because I passed a little too close to the well, now it's called the continent of snow, but when I was there it was still one continent.
Oh, wait, have you heard about the thing that happened?
He'll raise an eyebrow.
Oh, when was the last time you went to the continent of sand, son?
Just if even a week ago.
Yeah, so that name is really ironic these days.
Oh,
Yup.
wait, are they calling the continent of sand the continent of snow now?
Your mother just sighs and says, your father is just being his father. Alright, so, a long story short, some kind of dragon Pokemon is apparently freezing over the entirety of the continent of sand.
Oh, of course he is. His name is Kyurem, and it's partially my fault that he's free.
Oh, well, if you go to the southern part of the island and you look and the weather is good enough, and it is night, you can actually see him in the distance, doing some kind of weird move that is freezing over everything.
Of course he is. Well, from the tales I was telling downstairs, if you remember when I was telling you about the crystal castle, that's where he was the Pokemon that in the legend that was referenced to be the essence of ice.
Yeah, she shakes a little bit at the thought of it.
And because we didn't fight him there, he's now released into the world.
Your father looks at you and says, is this a good time to actually tell you guys some very bad news? Oh, I am taking that as a no, so I'm just gonna keep it to myself then.
It's probably better I do know. Just go on.
Well, I've actually not told your mother either, so basically, you know how I sometimes go on really nice swims into the ocean because I enjoy talking to other Pokemon sometimes?
Uh-huh.
So, I was there 2 days ago, right? And I've noticed that the ocean around the continent of sand is starting to freeze. I spoke to a couple to a couple Remoraids, and apparently it is indeed growing. Pretty slowly, but it's good to take a deep breath. We may have to move.
It's progressing that quickly.
Yeah, so according to them, they've actually spent a lot of time calculating it, and apparently it will be here in about a week. Your mother looks at your father, who's just like, when were you planning to tell us? Oh, I only knew for like 2 days.
Garchomp is going to a little bit more loudly sigh and just say, so what you're saying is we're going to have to put everything that we're doing on hold yet again and go deal with this sooner than we would like to again.
Mayotte is going to shake his head and say, I mean, I'm not telling you to do anything, son. While I love this island and I love the lake and it is kind of my duty, I love your mother much more than my duty.
Garchomp's just gonna nod and say, I mean, I didn't say that you were telling me that I had to do anything, but at this rate, it's always just one thing popping up after another that we absolutely have to do, otherwise catastrophe's gonna strike. Like, we absolutely had to stop everything and fight Yveltal, because otherwise she would have killed everyone. And
As you're saying this, he just moves his tail over to you and bops you on the face. It is a very wet bap.
Hey,
Son?
no, I don't like getting wet.
Son, you're doing that thing again where you're like overthinking everything, you're getting stuck in thinking cycles.
I can't let him push my parents out of their home.
Son, from what I understand, based on what you told me downstairs, you have a very important duty, which is a duty to your daughter. That is your priority. Everything else is optional, secondary, not as important.
One of those objectives was to defeat him for her, so she can grow stronger.
Yeah, but is there like some kind of time limit or anything?
Yeah, a time limit of a week so my parents don't have to lose their home. And not to mention, who knows how many innocent Pokemon's lives he's impacting on the continent of Sand itself.
Your mother just looks at you and says, I don't think there's a single innocent Pokemon on the continent of Sand, but I get your point.
Well, yes, but I mean those who haven't done anything to deserve a life of ice. I can only imagine how the Garchomps out there are probably stuck in a constant state of anxiety.
I mean, if they're any smart, they would have already gone and tried to beat him.
I mean, would they though? Knowing our aversion to ice.
Well, I mean, what is better? Freezing over or freezing over in battle?
I mean, I guess.
Not to
but at the same
mention, they're
time-
probably gonna just do the usual. She just waves in the air. They're just gonna hide in a mystery dungeon as usual.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Is I'm pretty sure they're probably stuck in a mystery dungeon because they're too afraid to go out of the mystery dungeon. Even though to say a Garchomp is afraid is something that they would scorn, but you and I both know Garchomps definitely get afraid.
She nods. I'm afraid for you basically every day.
He actually smiles at that and says, I appreciate that.
You should not be appreciating. What do you mean you appreciate that, son? She just sighs. I just
appreciate that
wish.
you care.
I just wish that you would not put yourself in so much danger. All right.
He's gonna nod and say, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm getting at, is I appreciate that you care. I mean, I guess some could say it's like you're meant to care, but you get my point.
I don't know. My parents didn't care.
so fair. But, yeah. Seems like we're going to probably have to make another delay in our personal plans. He kind of just like looks down at Fracture apologetically.
Fracture is mostly just like looking at your mom right now. Just kinda looking at the sheer fucking size of this unit. The fact that one of her claws could just rip her in half. This entire thing has been like a really like for your character this is normal. For Fracture this is like I'm just either in a dream or in a nightmare or both.
Garchomp, seeing that, like the nervousness, he's gonna kind of like just lean forward, kind of just like quietly whispering into his mother's ear, just saying, sorry, she's actually never had a mother. She didn't give details as to what happened to her mother, but yeah, she lost her mother a long time ago, so that's why I figured it'd be a good idea for her to meet you, since you're amazing and all.
I'm literally not though. Anyway. She actually looks at Fracture and just says, little one, come over.
Garchomp will release her paw and take one step back.
Fracture doesn't want to go, but she will go. Well, I mean, for Fracture, she's kind of small. She's kind of thin.
Garchomp, gives his mother that look.
She is ignoring you. She's just looking her over. You know, honestly, I've seen bigger and stronger Fractures out there.
Garchomp groans.
But there has to be some quality to you, considering my son chose you and my son would only choose the best. She shrugs. I just don't see it, I guess.
And here I was thinking that you were going to have something nice to say.
What? I have nice things to say to you because you're my son, and I have nice things to say to your father because... she just like is about to say something, then she just looks at him and says, because he completes me.
Kind of like she completes.
And then she looks at the Fracture and says, and this one is not even talking.
I mean, you are kind of being a little imposing right now.
I'm laying down. If I would stand up, I sometimes hit myself on the ceiling.
You don't have to be standing up to be imposing, Mom.
I'm very certain we are gonna be able to talk properly when, she thinks. Son?
Uh-huh.
Would you mind, leaving Fracture here with us? For a day, or two.
He would look over at Fracture.
Fracture just shakes her head, just no, bad idea.
And then he looks back up at her.
My Otic looks at your mom and just says, oh, I actually think this is a wonderful idea. We'll be able to get familiar with her. You know, figure out if she's good enough for our son.
Garchomp's just gonna kind of like think for a moment. And despite the fact that part of him feels like it might do some good, he then, like, after a moment, shake his head and say, I don't really think that's fair just yet. Like I said, she's only been actively with me for a few days, and I don't want her to, you know, I don't want to get a little too serious too quickly and drive her away by doing that, so it might not be the best idea right now.
Your father looks at you and says, I mean, hey, that worked for me.
Well, we're two completely different Pokemon.
I mean, yeah, you are. I'm just saying, that worked for me. If I was taking it so nice, slow, and steady, you would probably not be alive right now.
He's going to like just lightly groan again and say, "Yes, and you're not wrong. But if this is the way that it's meant to be for us, she's nervous. I don't think her staying here by herself right now is a good idea. Not until she's more comfortable with just being with me."
Your mother just going to nod to that and say, well, if you believe that is the best way to go about things, then I will not deny you.
He's gonna kind of like rub the back of his head with one of his wings and just say, Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't like the idea. I feel like spending some time with you probably would do her some good."
I mean, the same could be said about you. I was kinda hoping you would stay here for like a day or two. But considering that someone, she looks at Milotic, forgot to tell us that our island is in horrible danger, and now I have to go out of my way and mention this to every Pokemon living here or around here. Besides, let's just say that things changed a little bit. I was trying to invite you here, you know, we even built a little room for you. Hoping that maybe one day you would move in and stay with us.
He's going to kind of nod at that and say, I mean, I wouldn't save it for me as like my own personal room, but I mean, I will definitely use it for visits.
Well, considering
But
considering your father just cannot keep himself away from me for a moment, it is now thankfully gonna be used anyway.
he'll nod at that and then just say, "That's fair."
That means
And honestly,
that means I'm gonna have to build another one for you. To be honest, I'm getting better at it.
I mean, you don't have to worry all that much. Capim Town has honestly become my home.
Huh.
One of my best friends in the whole entire world lives there.
Well, look at you, son. You truly became a townie.
He'll like kind of shrug lightly and say, "Small townie. I still hate cities."
Milady just looks at your mom and just says, cities?
Like Treasure City or that water town and places big like that.
Your mother is just going to shake her head and just say, cannot even imagine that we are now bigger than a town.
I mean, honestly, Captain Town can barely even be called a town. It's more like a hovel. Or a hamlet.
Oh, maybe we will come visit you one day.
He'll nod and say, "I honestly would like that."
Honestly,
It's nice.
Honestly,
It's-
the main problem with us not visiting you is because you just keep moving around a lot.
I mean, that's not entirely unjustified, but I actually have spent the last, he thinks on his, like the top of his head, almost five, almost 6 cycles at Captain Town now.
Your father's gonna look at you and say, yeah, but do you have a place? Do you have a home? Do you have an address?
He actually nods.
Well, heck. Well, son, how about this? In the future, once all of this is done and done, we will order a Lapras and we are gonna come visit you. It's gonna be out of nowhere, we were not even gonna tell you.
Please send Wondermill beforehand.
We will send it to you 1 minute before we knock on the door.
He will kind of just like sigh and like rub his face with a wing.
He's actually going to slither towards you. He's going to move his head to your head, and he's going to whisper to you, and we are going to time it perfectly to catch you in a weird situation.
You know, I don't actually doubt that. But anyway,
He's good as little bag.
honestly, I would really enjoy introducing you guys to my best friend Lupus. She was a mercenary just like me, and now is a sudden guildie just like me.
Myotic is just going to look at your mom and just say, "Why is he telling us about Lupus again?"
I'm just saying that I'd love to introduce you to her. In person.
Myotic is going to nod to himself and just say, "Well, I'm glad that you're already working on that big partnership."
He's going to genuinely, he turns around, walks up to his dad, and with his wing just baps him
No!
gently.
No, you're doing the same thing as your mom.
Maybe if you would behave.
I am
We wouldn't
behaving.
need to. Not when you're making obscene not thoughts. What's the word?
Assertions.
Remarks.
Assertions. Thank you. Remarks. Yeah, that's a good dumber way of saying it that Garchomp would have. Not when you're making obscene remarks about my very platonic relationships.
Are you saying that your father is not allowed to wish for his son to have as many wonderful partners that he cherishes and loves very much as possible? Why, if it was up to me, the entirety of that town would be in your partnership.
He audibly groans and just says, "You do realize that there's generally a lot of guys in a town too, right?"
He's just going to visibly shrug and say, "Hey, I don't judge."
Yeah, well, the point I'm getting at is I'm not entirely milotic. I only have so much love to give, and romantic affection, I really can only say I only have room for one.
Son, in all due respect, you are a dragon.
And
I know you are only partly dragon, but you are a dragon. And you are supposed to be, taking everything as yours. Why? I'm looking forward in 20 cycles hearing that you took over Kapim and it is now your town. And you love everyone in it.
he looks flatly over at his mother.
What? I didn't make him that way. He's been that way when I found him.
I thought you would have talked some sense into him by now.
Do you have any idea how many times I've beaten him up and it never helped him?
Honestly, I'm surprised he's not permanently bruised and broken anymore.
Your father just says, "Milotic magic."
Anyway, to put it bluntly, I'm not I'm not like a Garchomp. I'm not like a Melodic. I am my own Pokemon. Being an abnormal, I can claim to be something completely different from either. Just because I have the two constituent parts doesn't mean that I have to act like either. And I am choosing.
Your mother's just going to nod to the and say, and that is exactly what I was hoping for.
He's gonna just nod and say, and I am choosing to save my romance for the one female that I actually feel it for. Not just for any female that will turn her tail up to me.
Yep, that is good. If that is what you want, that is exactly what you... She looks at your father, and you have no right to tell him how to live his life. Me and you, we would not even meet if I had that kind of mentality.
Garchomp's just gonna kind of smile and say, And besides, I'm pretty sure that you would be a little bit too terrified to take those females up on that in the first place. Now, wouldn't you, Dad?
What? Are you implying that I don't have it in me anymore?
And risk the wrath of Mother?
He smiles. Hey, maybe that's part of the deal.
He just, like, looks back at his mother.
He's just going to quietly nod and say, I told you. He was that way when I found him. Didn't make him that way. I didn't ask him to be that way. It's kind of like, you know how you sometimes find a really nice shiny rock? Well, the shiny rock is sometimes like really weird on the inside, you know, like you crack it open, right? And then like on the inside it's like all rotten and such.
You know, that analogy is just making me worry that soon enough I'm gonna have more mothers.
She's gonna look at him and says, well, if there's gonna be one more in his life, I'm just gonna open him up and look where he's rotten.
He's just gonna nod and say, and that's more like what I was expecting. Good, good.
She looks at you and says, you know how he always says the whole, you're a dragon and you're supposed to be, you know, you're supposed to be like taking over places and be important and such?
Yeah, he doesn't do a lot of that himself, does he?
Yeah, he has a mouthful of words, but in his entirety of his life, he has only claimed me.
That actually gets a smile out of him. He just says, I guess that's one thing that I aspire to be like when it comes to being like him. He just says, kind of like glancing back at Fracture.
Yeah, at this point, Fracture is like behind you and just kind of like hiding from both of them, by the way. This conversation is so many layers of what she hates.
And for Garchomp, it's just like, I mean, he's dealt with this literally since he was like a Gibble fresh out of the egg, because his parents have no filter.
I mean, they're parents.
Yep. And it's funny because this is actually like my real life parents. They had no shame when talking about like their relationship.
Well, at
That's
least
how I'm kind of able
Same
to
with my
channel this.
parents.
at least he was mostly from one side.
Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, and that's kind of how I'm able to like channel this side of Garchomp as well as I am, because like this is kind of how I would end up reacting around my parents doing like having this same conversation.
But yeah, Mayote is just going to smile at you and say, whatever you decide to do, just know that we are your parents and we are gonna be on your side, no matter what you decide.
He will nod at that again and just say, I understand. And as much as I would like to stay and talk about it all more, I'm pretty sure my new mate is about on the verge of an anxiety attack, so...
Oh, that's very good. That means if she goes unconscious, I can perform first aid on her.
I'm pretty sure any first aid you'd perform would be a little too invasive, so no thanks.
Son, that is the point.
And just when I thought I couldn't be any more disappointed in you, he says with a playful smirk,
Oh, I am aiming to be the ultimate disappointment.
he just rolls his eyes and laughs a little bit and just says, yeah, well, anyway, I should probably just spend some time with her, because she's probably got some feelings she wants to get out with me in private now, so...
Your mother just nods to that and says, well, you're always welcome back, you know.
He will nod and say, I definitely plan on visiting much more often now. Especially now that I can quite literally be here anytime I want.
They both nod, and then your mother, and please show us Cosmoem at some point. I would really enjoy talking to him.
He will nod and say, I will actually bring her over as soon as we deal with this whole Kyurem situation.
Because you see, I always want, this is going to sound a little terrible, but I always wanted a female Garchomp.
Well, she's unfortunately never going to be that.
Yeah, but it's like the best second fit. And who knows, maybe your sibling is gonna be a little baby female Gibble.
Or maybe a little female noodle, she says, looking at his father.
If it's going to be if it's gonna be from your father, then I'm probably going to eat it.
Garchomp actually looks a little bit surprised, but also like
I'm joking,
not sure if
son.
he should. Yeah, not sure if he should be disappointed type look, and then he just says, "You know, there's a reason why you and I don't joke often. Neither of us are good at jokes."
Oh, are you now the ultimate judge of jokes? The jokester, you would say.
I never said that, but I do know when a joke is really bad.
Ah, it's my kids. I can talk about eating them. Do you have any idea how many Garchomps actually eat their own kids?
You have made me very aware. It's kept me up at nights as a Gibble.
Yeah. How many times did I tell you that if you're not gonna behave, I'm gonna eat you?
He actually nods and says, I guess that's a fair point. But anyway.
Yes, you wanted to go. I understand you have important things to do. So please, go.
Well, it's more so, I'm pretty sure the longer I stay here, the more of a meltdown that poor Fracture's gonna have, so...
Your mother looks like slightly looks like around you at Fracture, who is just holding onto your tail at this point. Mayotte looks at you and says, "She's adorable."
He actually like very enthusiastically nods. She really is.
It's going to be sad when she grows up one day.
I mean, she's technically older than me.
They just look at each other. They look at you and say, evolutions are wonderful, aren't they?
He nods again. But anyway, it was good seeing you again. And he's going to give her, now with both of his wings free, a full-fledged hug now.
Yep. They both are going to hug you. One hug from your mom, and then very sloppy wet hug from your dad.
Which he's used to at this point. And he's just gonna say, it was good seeing you guys. I love you.
You just nod, and your mother says, just make sure that you come back. Don't get killed by what's his face.
He's gonna like shake his head and say, an ice type? God, so if I were to die by an ice type, I'd have to kick my own ass. And then he's just gonna smile and like start heading for the door for Fracture's sake.
Yep. Father's going to follow. He's actually going to open the door for you.
And he will give his dad like a quick like I don't want to say shoulder pat because I don't think he really has shoulders.
He does have shoulders. He's
I guess like a neck pat as he heads out and just says, you guys stay safe too, okay?
He's going to look at you and say, son?
Yeah, I know. Worry about myself. But I'm going to worry about you guys anyway.
No, what I wanted to say is, good luck. His
He
eyes
will
are going
smile.
to his eyes are going to light up and say, and just know that there is a little bit of Milotic magic in this Milotic. And his blessing still has some power. And then his eyes are gonna go back to normal light.
Please don't tell me that you did something to Fracture, because there's been so many legendary Pokemon that have been doing things to her just randomly. He says, like, glancing back at her.
He's just going to shake his head and just say, why would I ever do something to her? No, I did something to you, my son.
Oh. Well, either way, it's just there have been, like, 3 other powerful Pokemon that have just randomly decided to give her, he uses his wings to make air quotes, gifts without so much as asking for her permission. So I guess I'm starting to get a little protective of it.
He moves his tail fin to his mouth and just says, I mean, we are not exactly used to asking for consent.
Right. Well, anyway, are you at least going to tell me what you did to me?
It's my blessing to give you good luck and good health. I feel like you're going to need it.
He'll, like, nod slowly at that, still not entirely sure what that means, but then he'll just, like, shrug to himself and just say, alright, well, we're gonna head out. Like I said, it was good seeing you.
Yeah.
We'll do our best to stay safe as long as you promise to do the same.
Yeah, if you're going to show up in a week, though, we are not gonna be here.
Well, that is if I don't solve the problem.
Well, it is up to you. I know I said that, you don't have to actually care about it, but you see, it goes the other way around as well. You can absolutely care about it. It's your choice. Fate.
He's just gonna kind of nod and say, well, I'm definitely going to care about it.
Oh, and
as
sorry about my behavior from earlier. Honestly, it was actually kind of a big test for Fracture over there. To see if she can handle our family.
He's gonna kind of just shrug a little bit and says, she barely handles me. You gotta take it easier on her.
Aww. Well, she has time.
He nods. And at that, he's gonna start, like, slowly walking away and giving his dad a wave and just says, take care.
You too, son. Don't get killed out there.
I will do my best.
Yeah. Close the door.
As he does, he's going to kind of breathe a sigh of relief again, because, he was happy to have met with his parents, but at seeing Fracture getting more and more nervous also made him more and more nervous by the second. And he's pretty much going to wait until they get back to the shore side before he actually, like, sits down and turns to her. So I guess that was probably a bit much more than even you were expecting.
She's just going to nod wildly and looking up at you and says, I'm suddenly very happy that I don't have...
He actually looks a little bit troubled by that. I mean, they can be very, very weird. Yeah, but they're still amazing. It's their weirdness, it's kind of just like a parent's job to be weird. But in the end, I honestly feel like I'm so much better because of that. I can't imagine not having.
She just looks at you and says, the only reason I can tell that your father's thing is inside you is because of those cute little things that out of you.
I mean, I do have some of his personality too, just not
You?
that. Well, I mean, considering I don't murder 90% of the Pokemon I come across.
Your mom is not murdering 90% of Pokemon she comes across.
Her, me, and that one other Garchomp are kind of the exception to the rule. Let's just say, you know, there are thousands of other, like, Gobites and probably close to 100 other Garchomps on the continent of Sand. And all of them are exactly what you would expect.
I know, it's just... Your father reminds me of Toucannon.
In his own way, yes, but...
Is this why you cannot handle Toucannon?
Maybe. Though
Does
I
it-
can definitely say
Does he remind you
Toucannon
of your
is-
father?
He actually, like, kind of shakes his head a bit and says, not entirely. They have a similar chaos, but they're still two completely different chaos.
I just feel like
Toucannon...
I just feel like if you spend like 10 cycles and Toucannon is just gonna actually find someone who's not a god and like, you know, put down roots, he's basically gonna be Milotic.
I don't know. He seems a little bit hell-bent on doing anything and everything he can to not only drive me crazy, but also to ruin everything he comes across.
You sound like your mom right now.
He would actually raise an eyebrow at that.
Yeah, you have like the same air about you like she does.
Well, I mean, that, I guess, isn't that kind of the whole shtick about being raised by Pokemon? You kind of take after both.
She shakes her head and says, "How would I know?"
I mean, you may not have had blood relatives, but somebody raised you.
Not really. I kinda just... She shrugs. And I just worked. Fought. Made it where I am today.
Even if you don't remember it, there was a point when you had just come out of the egg that someone would have had to take care of you long enough for you to get the survival skills to work.
She's going to look down and say, when I popped in an egg, I was in an orphanage.
He's just gonna nod and say, so whoever the orphanage owner was then.
She looks at you and says, oh, the orphanage owner was actually a Psyduck. She, I guess she took care of us.
He's gonna kind of just nod. And then, yeah, I guess, I mean, can you say that you haven't taken anything away from that Psyduck?
She's just quietly going to nod.
He smiles. So you at least understand in some minor sense.
Yeah. Just... I'll be completely honest with you, I cannot imagine living with your parents for like a long period of time. How did you not go insane?
He kind of just shrugs and says, I mean, when you expect it to be the norm, it kind of, that you have to learn to accept it. I will say my mom definitely helped to keep me sane a lot of the times, because my father can be overbearing sometimes, but it's all about having a healthy balance of both.
Anyway, I do need a... Do we have a little break before we go back? I need to, like, collect myself.
He will nod at that and say, of course. He's actually going to, like, pull her close and gently lean into her.
She is going to take it without a question.
She's learning.
She's using you to calm down.
Good. Yeah, that's kind of the position he wants to be in. He wants to be her rock.
Now we move to Striker. Striker,
Yeah.
Wow.
do you remember the last thing that you did before, the last session? Oh, at the end of the last session.
I asked Kazuam if she wanted to go on a walk instead of teleport and let her choose.
Yep. And do you remember what she said?
She said she would like to walk.
Yeah. Yeah, actually,
We're
turns
just
out
gonna-
she prefers just going around, walking and seeing the world.
Yep. I figure we could just enjoy a leisurely little stroll together. It might take us longer to get to the other Aggron, but it'll be a different type of adventure.
There we go. Oh. I'm very sorry, it's another phone call. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's been something that's been itching in my brain, and I finally figured it out after listening to just some YouTube, some Pokemon lore stuff, and it's been itching my brain as Aggron, and it's probably gonna come up as we're walking.
Oh?
Yeah. I'm just gonna wait until it comes up,
Okay.
as I figure with this alone time as we're walking and possibly chatting, because Aggron's a little bit talkative.
I may not actually be able to stick around for it.
Oh.
But I will
That's fair.
definitely listen to the VOD tomorrow though. Because this new schedule is gonna kill me with how early I have to get up. Does make me kind of wish that we'd be able to start all the sessions 2 hours earlier as well, but that's a logistical nightmare.
I mean, as long as you and Mono get in together, you guys can start without me.
I don't want to start without you though.
I would rather
mean-
you guys start without me and, actually start progressing than you end up passing out. I mean, hopefully my schedule or my workplace evens out and I don't have to be struggling to get people to do work.
And
I mean,
No
yeah,
passing.
but I already feel bad enough, not having you here for sometimes up to an hour and a half.
It is what it is.
No, but I cherish your presence and I want you to be here.
Yay!
forgot how slowly things move when we're all split up.
Well, it's almost like Finn has to divert his time between 3 different locations.
I know.
3 different
I still
locations,
got-
3 different times, 3 different
That's of NPCs.
conversations, 3 different plots.
I still got to talk about. There's still stuff Toucannon's thing needs to do for his bit ends.
We'll go around all of it.
Hey, can I use a garment in the held slot, or how's that work?
I have no idea.
I don't believe so, no. That's specifically for something that you, actually hold
Or actively use.
or actively use, yes.
I put on the sharp scarf because, well, it just goes well with bullet seed.
Oh, what did you replace?
The only thing I could, and that was the where did it go?
Oh,
There it
the
is.
mouthpiece?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Although there's a slight irony considering I've now lowered my accuracy by 1. Considering what happened last time.
Yeah.
I wish I had taken the channel thing, the natural channel skill thing. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, the channeling natural is by now. Let's see, you're level 33. You would have a +6 to it.
If I had a better understanding of what that would have meant earlier on, I may have made different choices on things. But I think I'm good with where I'm at. I don't need to be the high rolls for everything. I'm just happy being tank.
So
Yeah,
because the
well-
one I took was the increases my strength by like 3, but it would have been nice,
Yeah.
but I don't even hit that strength thing. So.
And
fuck
I
it,
did the
I
one
get
where I
more benefit.
increased my what was it? The insight by that amount. Which
Yeah.
you might not think is important, but it's been useful. And it was more to be a reflection of the fact that I'm a researcher and,
Yeah, so
all
I mean,
that.
in all honesty, it worked out because we're all playing to our characters. I mean, like, Garchomps are specifically like very combative and very like competitive Pokemon already. But the whole point of Pokemon that exist around and in the destinies of humans tend to be much stronger than their normal counterparts. So it would make sense that my Garchomp would be especially powerful in the combat department because
I'm
that's
back.
kind of just how they
Hi,
naturally
friend.
focus.
I am very sorry. That was a long phone call because it was from my bank.
Oh,
It
it's
is
bad news.
okay.
No, they just want me next week. They want me to go there for like New Year checkup, basically.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's gonna be annoying.
the time that you were away did at least let me realize that I should probably go with how early I gotta get up for work.
Oh,
But I will definitely be listening to the VOD to hear what happens during Striker's section.
is this gonna be like happening every time? By the way.
Yeah, I probably should be going right around this time every day or every session, yeah.
Shit, man.
Yeah.
I mean, we still have been going for just over 4 hours, so I mean, it's still a good time slot.
It just sucks not having all of us throughout all of it,
Yeah.
which is, kind of something I knew was going to happen with my schedule, but
I'm sorry, Finn.
It's okay. Give yourself XP.
I
by the
really
way.
Okay. I do really wish my job would stop like throwing my schedule around like a dog with a toy.
We'll tell them to stop.
I have tried. They pretty much just tell me, well, you agreed to have a variable schedule when you applied for the job in the first place, so you got to deal with it whether you like it or not.
Husky Shitsky.
Pretty much, yeah. That's
Kill
generally
them.
what they tell me is tough shit, yeah.
Consume them
I
and
mean,
become the boss.
Yes.
But if I were to do that, I wouldn't have any money, and then I wouldn't be able to do any of this with any of you.
Well, you see, if you kill the boss, then you become the boss.
Yeah,
I don't think that's how that works.
you're just not thinking, with portals enough.
Yeah.
I mean, tomorrow I'm literally going to be thinking with portals because I'm going to be playing Portal 2 with Jasmine.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, it was fun, guys.
Ye-
You guys have a good night. Don't get too crazy without me.
I make no promises, but I am playing
And-
Aggron.
Exactly. So, I mean, I'm not as worried about you. Good night, guys.
Bye bye.
Bye. Yay, work schedules.
Yep.
Yeah, no fun.
I'm on an adventure with Cosmom.
Yep. I'm just saving the table.
Yep.
You kind of reminded me that I should probably do that.
What?
It does. It's a good thing to do.
You know what else is a good thing to do?
Say hello and I love you all.
No, you.
Yes, us.
Anyway, Aggron,
Yes.
you are going on a journey.
Yep. A leisurely stroll.
You are seeking your wife.
I am seeking Aggron's wife.
Whatever. you're going to the jungly forests of the southern to what do you so like southern to middle grass continent, basically.
The central?
No, it's because the central, just to southern to central grass continent.
All right.
And very quickly, you do actually find Aggron's wife.
Ah.
Yeah, you can tell that she was moving, but she was moving very slowly.
And I wasn't necessarily going at a sedate pace, but I wasn't going slow. I was wanting to catch up, just wasn't in a rush.
Yep. Hearing you, she stops, turns around, and smiles.
And I wave.
Ah, so you did find us.
Yep. We are not exactly subtle creatures.
No. It is very easy to track us, especially because of our tail.
Unless we're underground.
Yes, underground is much more difficult, though tracking in general is difficult underground.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, so is anything crazy going to happen next, or are we going to be able to make it to the temple?
I mean, ideally, we shouldn't be interrupted any farther, other than, again, Palkia hasn't shown up yet, so he'll do that in his sweet time, possibly while we're journeying, possibly after. Hopefully, because I kind of want to sleep.
He's just going to sigh and say, "The life definitely is interesting."
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with that.
To think that you can so casually mention the deity of space himself.
He's a pretty chill dude when you realize that he's just kind of a meathead.
Chuckles. I'm very certain no one has ever mentioned any of that about him.
Eh.
But yes, let us venture.
Yeah, I will continue with traveling with her.
Oh, yeah. She will be telling you about, what is around, because this area she actually knows pretty well.
Ooh, fantastic.
Yeah, she will be telling you about all the different mystery dungeons in these mountains. She will be telling you about, this strange forest that has a levitating rock about it that has constant waterfalls.
Huh.
She would tell you about a dungeon that is filled with gems that resonate with music when you touch them.
That's kind of fascinating.
And then she would tell you that on Mount Horn, at the very tip of the horn, there is a hypno. That,
Oh yeah, I've met Hypno.
that communicates with Arceus himself.
Huh, I didn't know he did that.
Yes, it is said that he is the one and only Pokemon that can actually communicate with it.
That's I hope Mew doesn't hear that. That might upset her.
I mean, it's probably not true. Can you
I
imagine?
probably.
Can you imagine a normal Pokemon being able to communicate with something that powerful?
I mean, that's the goal eventually.
It stops and looks at you confusedly.
What? Someone needs to get his attention to go and fix his kids.
Oh, and that someone is you?
I mean, if someone doesn't make the decision to go and do it, it's never gonna get done. Whether that's me or the fact that I'm just trying to inspire someone else, And I just kind of give a shrug. It's better than no one trying.
Yeah, very interesting.
I've been told that.
Yeah, with a smile, she just continues going.
Yep. And yeah.
So, you go from the forest into the mountains. Then, from the mountains into bigger mountains.
Oh, while we're walking, I actually want to look down and ask Cosmo a question.
Oh? You will definitely have to get her attention because she's like constantly looking around. at like the
Yeah.
different waterfalls and the snowy peaks here and just everything.
Yeah, probably one of the more quiet and less active moments. I'm gonna poke her and say, "Hey, quick question for you, kiddo.
He looks at you.
You're you can do magnet gates, right? Yeah.
Yeah, she nods.
Can you feel when someone else is using one around you?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell when someone's using one to look in on us?
She's just going to shrug.
Like, could you tell if someone's spying on us while using a magnet gate?
In your head, you will hear this.
But not when someone's using one as a viewing screen. Kind of scratch my head. Oh, so you can tell when someone has one open to look at us?
God damn it. I keep forgetting that, like, you cannot just, like, press up and down in order to, like, move at the end of the sentence.
Yeah, you gotta, like, move the little pointer and move it over. Or move left and right.
Yeah. And you feel any right now? She's actually going to look at one of the nearby cliffs.
I'm just gonna look over in that direction.
There is a red magna gate that just had 2 Pokemon walk through it.
Oh.
She's going to point at one of the peaks of the mountains where you literally cannot see.
Wonder how many of them are actively looking at us. Possible to tell. One. This has been kind of I've been mulling this over on this last question for you. Doesn't have I guess it somewhat has to do with that. You felt Necrozma, right?
He knows.
How does he make you feel? Like both emotionally, but also how does he physically make you feel? I guess one of the things I was wondering, does he feel familiar to you at all?
She looks down, and then she looks at you. Yes, I misspoke, Osman.
Yeah, that's fine. I kind of scratch my chin. I go, I've already said I've seen and read about different versions of you and him from my world, right?
Yes. She was just not.
There was a idea that was shared among colleagues that, well, Cosmog, Cosmoum, Solgaleo, Lunala, whichever version, although probably just the original version, and Necrozma may have originated from the same place. Mm. Yeah. In my world, we didn't classify you guys as normal Pokemon. We classified you as something called Ultra Beasts. I don't know if that has any bearing here to you, but I just think that maybe you guys have a similar origin, and I wonder if that's why some of the gods seem a little cold or standoffish towards you, like you're not real. Mm. I wonder if any sort of connection, at least with what my past knows. Well, you can always ask me questions. I mean, I think I can kind of empathize a little bit. I'm not exactly normally, or I wasn't exactly normally at a Aggron before, so, and sharing his memories has been a whirlwind. Yeah. And I think we'll drive ourselves crazy trying to understand them.
She just nods.
I think we just need to understand us. Try not to look at it like you're losing a little bit of yourself, but more like you're adding something you didn't know you were missing. Because these memories don't change who you are, they're just something you were, something you could learn from. Well, if you ever need to share that hurt, you're more than welcome to do so. I'm a pretty tough guy. Well, we're gonna do something different this time.
Yep, she's just going to not.
I just kind of ruffled, like, rub the top of her head.
It almost felt like you were actually not really talking to her. Like she had like this weird, like, distance look about her when she was talking to you there.
Like she may have been talking through one of her past lives.
Possible. It is actually difficult to tell just how much of Cosmoem is still there. And how much of Cosmoem are different Cosmoem.
Well, I think what's important is you remember who I am, right?
She nods.
And that's a pretty strong memory for you.
She nods again.
You know who Garchomp is?
She nods again.
And Toucannon?
She nods again.
Then hold on to those ones. Everything else, they're a part of you that you can choose to pick up or put down, but hold on to what you want. Yes, you are.
Yeah, she's just going to, just like rub herself on your cheek.
Yep. Nice kind of pat her and you know, rub the top of her head.
By the way, you're not, your Aggron's wife just looks at you and says, "It is very weird to be having a one-way conversation."
It sounds like it, but she's just, it's easier for her to talk in my head than trying to write it out, or words are hard for her to vocalize.
Seems like, you seem to be struggling there with something. A heavy topic?
A little bit. She's remembering her past lives, and she's not sure if she's losing herself or not.
Ah. Something that we will never experience.
I wouldn't say I would experience all that she does, but I have Aggron's memories.
She actually stops and looks at you and says, "You actually have his memory."
I'll nod.
Oh.
And if I was probably anyone else, I probably would have fallen for you the same way he did.
That actually takes her back a little bit. She shakes her head and says, "Never mind. Does it mean that he is yours?"
Yes, he does.
And once you are done, and you will split to two, are you still gonna have his memories and he yours?
Kind of hope so. It's kind of gotten us closer, even if we've only talked once.
See.
I'll be honest, I kind of treasure his memories.
She shakes her head and just says, Sorry, I never realized how difficult this has to be."
Well, I mean, the memory sharing is actually very recent, like when we got teleported and put to sleep by Hypno. I didn't have them when we first met at the island.
She's just going to nod and say, "I wish I've studied more about this topic."
Well, there's plenty of time, and I'll be around hopefully afterwards.
Yes. I mean, you did get support of one of the gods.
Actually, a few of them.
Yes. She's actually going to point at a mountain. She's gonna say, "Over there is the Sun Temple, inside a cave on the other side of the mountain."
We have to go through a mystery dungeon?
Yes, under normal circumstances we have to. But She actually looks at you with a smile. I am an Aggron.
You're just gonna dig us a hole through?
Yes.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. You also realize something really funny.
What's that?
You are right next to the Horn Mountain.
Hmm.
You were this close at the very start of the campaign.
So close, and yet also entirely the wrong place.
Yeah. Also, now it makes sense that you woke up around here because, yeah, Aggro probably just like flopped down and that's where you where you possessed him.
Wait a minute. Did the Sunstruck people start near the Moon Temple?
Maybe.
Poetry.
It rhymes.
Yeah.
But
Or
yeah.
something.
But yeah. She takes you over there. And then you see her, just like touching the wall of the mountain until she finds a good enough spot. She starts digging.
And I'll follow him. I'm assuming the Gollet's probably stepped back and is walking behind her.
Yeah, he's like behind. He's like behind her and in front of you. As she digs, she actually looks at you and says, "Would you please close the entrance?"
I can move dirt. Oh gosh. I just looked at and realized I can't sleep. I can't change surf out for strength. Oh gosh, I can't swap out my moves.
Use her head.
Oh, I can remember all my moves and I can swap them out when I sleep.
Huh. Because that explains a lot about my husband.
But I can't sleep, so I can't do that.
Well, you did say that your godly friend is gonna come over and fix this.
Yeah, but I'm also realizing when a god says very soon, that could mean a lot of things.
She thinks. And then nothing says gods are eternal after all.
You what? Go a little bit in, and I can collapse it by using Metal Claw on the ceiling behind us.
Just be careful.
Yeah, I will.
Hey, yeah, she just goes.
Oh. And after she gets a little bit, I'm actually gonna put Cosmom on top of Gullet and says, "Why don't you two play for a little bit while I make sure the entrance is sealed?"
Gola just looks at you and nods. Gosomime in your head is gonna say, the obvious thing.
And of course, sweetie.
He's just gonna follow his mom. Well, his sorta mom, his secondary mom. God damn,
And
we
yeah.
society there.
Right, and after a little bit, I'll start using Metal Claw to collapse the ceiling behind us.
Alright, and yeah, when you do it, it starts collapsing.
Yep.
And
And I'll make...
roll me a dexterity check.
Just straight dexterity?
Dexterity survival athletics.
Ah. Oh, that's a lot of passes.
Wow. Alright. You managed to outpace the falling.
And once I catch up, I pick up both Cosmom and the Gullet.
The Golem makes funny noises as you hold him.
It's kind of pat my head, says, "It's alright. I can carry you along. You've been walking this time, so take a rest."
Just gonna look at you, then he's going to nod.
And I just kind of give him a smile, trying to emulate one of Aggron's smiles from my memory.
You see him turn himself into a ball.
Aw.
But yeah, it doesn't take very long. And you reach the waifu. And she's standing on the other side of the area she was digging. And as you make your way through the hall, you witness the massive quote-unquote temple.
So right now I actually am holding Gullet, so...
Yeah. Now, what they are calling a temple is kinda hilarious.
It looks like a research facility?
Yeah, it is absolutely not a temple. It is actually...
I mean, I guess it kind of depends on your point of view. A scientist could view it as a temple.
Oh god, now we have some Warhammer shit right there. Moment, I can actually just show you exactly what it looks like.
Hey, we gotta make the Omnissiah proud.
Praise the Omnissiah. Alright, so... I can show you what it looks like when I actually find a good picture of this. Ah, there we go. This is the best I can get. So... It looks like this, my friend.
Oh! Oh! That would be very familiar to me.
Yeah, with the rocket in the back even.
I know this place?
She looks at you and says, I mean, of course, you have my husband's memory.
I shake my head. No, I know this place.
It's confused.
I did research there. I helped with some of the rockets.
Really? What's a rocket?
I point to the thing in the back.
Oh, you mean the tower?
Well, so humans would build those to be able to get, well, we only did a few ones with humans inside of them, but we would send them into space to observe the, out in the sky, out in the night.
You mean the big empty?
Yeah.
Oh, but that kills.
Well, there's a chamber inside of there that is meant to hold a supply of air and be a shelter until you come back down.
Oh, fascinating.
The goal originally, was to build a rocket and that could take us to the moon and back.
Going to nod, and then she's going to look towards the facility and say, well, we call it the Sun Temple. The chamber of the sun is in that round thing on the very rooftop.
The observatory.
And she's just going to, just move her hand towards the entrances, and there's the gate. The gate that only opens to the sun.
Well, should we
Yes.
go in?
Follow me. Yeah,
All right, I'll follow her.
she leads you to the entrance.
Is there a sign out in front of the building?
Yes, it is exactly what you thought it is.
Wow. I've come through. I've gone through death to another world, somehow to wind up all the way back home.
Yep. In Japanese, it says Mosdi Space Center, or Tokusane Space Center, as you.
Yep. And I'm just kind of running my hands along the writing.
Yeah, there's just so many Japanese characters everywhere, and yeah. So when they try to enter, right? There's like a signal, there's like a detector that basically detects, Aggron. Which then lights up. And she turns around as the gate opens. And with a smile, she says, "See, you're accepted by the sun."
Does it open for everybody?
No, only for very specific Pokemon.
Hmm.
Yeah, she just turns back and enters.
Does it close behind her?
Yeah.
I will step up to it.
Yeah, the detector just scans you. And then you see, you know, the light appear. Yeah, the door opens.
I wonder what it's set to right now, and I'll walk in.
And yeah, you enter a lobby that, well, it is a little bit ruined. Okay, it is very ruined, right? And old. Again, imagine what thousands upon thousands of years would do to this place.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the walls are kind of like ruined, and they've been replaced by stone walls that have like sculptures, you know, just like put into them, and like little whiskas and such, you know, representing, well, usually the sun and strange stories that time itself has forgotten.
Are any of the stories in Japanese?
No.
No.
They're in a very ancient version of what would become the Pokemon language. You know, basically, what the ancient humans could communicate with before we actually figure out what language it is.
In the Pokemon world, that is the dot language,
Yep.
the Braille.
Yep.
Guess what's something else that my character had to learn?
But yeah.
Ah.
It's mostly just a lot of Pokemon coming here, and you can kind of see over time how this went from mentioning humans to then mentioning gods, and then mentioning some kind of Pokemon of the sun. Now, it is impossible to tell how many years are between these messages, but you eventually do kind of reach like some kind of point where this is quite literally became a place of worship and faith.
Hmm.
And then, nothing. Something has happened, and then you see no more like new messages.
Huh. I'm sure Aggron's taking me to like where the worship chamber is, to the very dome.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pause to say just a moment, and I'm gonna go to the security room.
All right. You go to the security room. It has a door that needs a key, or more like specifically a key card to swipe.
I'm gonna pull the door open.
Yep. It is so old that it basically gives you only minimal effort.
And and is the computer actually on?
No. The machinery
No?
here doesn't have energy. Now, it is made by, Silphco, so it has been made specifically to fucking last, right?
Oh
The
yeah.
problem is that there's no energy.
Hmm. I'm gonna poke my head out. You wouldn't happen to know an electric type Pokemon nearby, or know anyone with electric type move?
She's just going to shake her head. But if you are looking for one of these machines that works, there is one in the room with the big cylinders.
Hmm. Do these have like an external or replaceable battery source?
Yes.
It's like, well, yeah, I'm gonna take out the dead one, because you never know when that might be useful.
Yeah, you will even see that they have like a little area for Rotoms.
Like a recharging station?
No, like the machinery itself. Each of these
Oh.
one has like a little area for Rotoms. It's in Sun and Moon, you can actually see it on the back of your character's Pokédex /
Oh, for like a hookup for interacting with the console.
Yes.
Okay. I'm like, Yeah. Battery. Does it look like I might be able to like use energy from another device to either charge the battery or put power into this port?
Pretty likely, yeah. It will probably take some time, but yeah.
Does the Enigma engine have any sort of ports on it?
Yes.
I mean, it charges on its own, right?
Yeah. Eventually.
Takes 7 days, but or possibly more or less. I'm gonna see if I can transfer the energy from the Enigma engine to the battery.
Well, you put it there and it definitely starts charging.
Fantastic.
Well,
I'm gonna.
Like I said, it's probably gonna take a little bit, but you know, you can like go on a little tour while you're doing this.
Yep, I'm gonna do that and. All right, I'm gonna let this charge and we'll come back to it. I want to see what the security settings are set to, and I'm gonna look down at Cosmo and say, or over at Cosmo, she's probably on my shoulder. Hey, have you been able to get in contact with your brother?
She. She's actually going to contact.
That's. But have you tried to connect with him?
Nuts.
That makes this somewhat difficult. I was wanting to see if we could figure out who's traveling with them so that if I can get at the security, I can authorize them to get through. I mean, unless you can tell what Pokemon are traveling with him. You got a bit of a head start on him.
She's actually going to smile. And in your head, you're gonna hear, in a slightly mocking
Bug?
way, yeah, in a slightly smug way, you're gonna hear this.
Careful, your inner Mew is showing.
You confused?
You know, the blue Mew.
Two things. Then it hits her. And in a panicked way, she says this.
I kind of pat her on the head. I was partially teasing. It's okay to have a friendly rivalry with your brother. So heavens knows I had plenty of rivalry with mine. All 7 of them.
She is going to answer with this.
I'm not too terribly worried about it. They were, they were all pretty successful. One of them even became a gym leader, surprisingly enough. Not that you understand what a gym leader is. Think so. Gyms where I came from were places of stature where you went to go test you and your Pokemon's strength against a leader and the people inside of their gym, which I guess you could kind of imagine like a guild, except for smaller.
She thinks about it for a moment, and then she says this.
Yeah, you could say that. And you proved your worth by challenging them and overcoming their challenge. Sometime it was usually a battle, but some of them had interesting ways of accomplishing the task without being a battle.
She's just going to not do that.
But yeah, yeah, I don't want you to panic there. You know, you're doing good. Friendly rivalry is good, and yeah, it does feel good to kind of pull one up on your, older and usually better brother. I like to think that they're probably going through their own challenges. At least I hope that they're going through their own challenges. I don't want them to have to go through all the kind of nonsense we're having to deal with. They're going through the same kind of struggles. That means there's that much power against them, and that just seems like a terrible thing. Yep. I'm sure once he's awakened his powers, you guys will be going back and forth, and you'll probably be, gushing over what you guys are doing in your adventures.
Is she actually not? But yeah, so where would you go now?
I'm now going to go back and follow what the Lady Aggron says. All right, charging a battery so I can look at some of these devices.
She will lead you to the Sun Temple proper, which is a lot of going upstairs, like 3 floors up. And yeah, she leads you into the very obvious observatory. Yeah, looking around, she just says, over there in the middle is the Sun Temple's altar. That is where chosen by Sun is supposed to be put in order to, well, fulfill their purpose.
Okay. Now that I've gotten the actual details, what's the altar look like?
It just looks like basically one of those like tables that is used for like delivering sensitive materials.
Huh. Almost like a chemistry stand?
Yeah, kinda. So very old and like a stony round podium has been built around it.
Well, let's take a look at this, and I'm going to start to approach it.
Yep. There's really not much. Honestly, you are kinda pretty sure that like the location doesn't actually matter.
Kind of spin in places I look around. So close, and yet a lot of unnecessary.
Aggron looks at you visibly again.
I don't think the spot in here actually matters where they bring their chosen by the sun.
So what does actually matter?
I I'm even wondering how much the actual location itself being here. I wonder if it's maybe a weakness between the worlds that allows the power to come through, or maybe just the right energy. Or I'm gonna look over at Cosmo. Do you feel anything here special?
She nods, actually.
Oh, do you want to point it out? Ah,
Yep.
and I'm gonna look up.
Yeah, you can see that there is light going through the hole where the telescope normally would be.
And we're underground at the moment.
Yup, there's no sense that there should be light, but there is light.
I'm gonna look over at Cosmo. Does that just go to the sun?
She shrugs. This also explains how is it possible that during day there was night and moonlight in the Moon Temple.
Yep.
And Cosmo could not feel this because at the time she wasn't awakened yet.
Yep. Huh. I'm gonna look over as this. What matters is being here because I point up to where the light is a stable magnegate.
Oh.
So I guess as long as they're in the light, it really doesn't matter.
Yo, Aggron.
Yeah.
Roll me alert check.
Oh yeah. I need.
It's inside survival alert.
Yep, I need 3 more dice, I think. Yep. Seven pass.
Alright. You hear the familiar opening of a magnet gate behind you.
I will look behind me.
And you see Mew.
Oh. Hey there. I'm gonna set the gullet down so that, I'm not in any danger.
So it's gonna run to Aggron.
Can I help you with something?
Well, now you know the truth.
That, the magnet gates are, connected to some source of energy for them?
He nods.
And that these ruins are, former human locations?
He nods again.
Find it ironic that the Sun Temple is in a building that was dedicated to getting humans on the moon.
She actually shrugs and says, it's not like it actually matters.
No, but there's a poetic irony in it.
Anyway, this is not your place, by the way.
I know, but in a real way, it's still home for me.
It's not anymore.
No, but I still remember the hours and days that I spent in this room alone.
Just trying to say that all of the humans that used to live here, they're just a faint memory at this point.
Yeah. Well, most of us anyway.
Anyway, I know you are sure about to try to put Cosmo on that altar. I don't recommend
Oh, no, I wasn't planning on that at all.
What?
No, I was gonna try and look to see if I could observe more. I was gonna leave Cosmo out of it entirely.
You wanna know what would happen?
I'd probably burn up.
No. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
if you would go there, it would probably burn you. But if you put her there, she would evolve into her brother.
Which is not what we want.
Indeed.
Yeah, I kind of figured that would be the case, so I wasn't going to put her anywhere near the light.
She actually looks at Cosmo and says, "You are getting dangerously too powerful."
I mean, doesn't the sun and the moon need to be powerful?
Yes. But she was never supposed to remember.
Unless all the others eventually remembered and it didn't get found out as early.
Doesn't matter. It's just everything that she does, where she remembers the previous things, might overcomplicate things. Remember your purpose, human.
No, yeah, I'm fully aware.
She looks down. The fate of our entire universe is in your hands.
I'm actually very aware of that.
She actually
Put a
looks.
hand on Cosmo.
She actually looks behind you. Then she shakes her head and says, "Weird."
You okay?
Yes, I am. Anyway, I'm here just to remind you that you're supposed to be careful. And you are almost on the other side of the world right now from your actual destination.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of figuring as much.
So,
Somewhere that would have that'd probably have a connection to the sun.
but yes. I'm gonna leave you to it. Just needed to make sure that you're not gonna make a terrible mistake here.
Yep, you were just following it through on our deal.
Yes. I'm not trying to block you or anything. It's, if you would
Hey,
if you put her on that altar, they would have ruined everything.
I kind of figure as much. Also, I want to apologize for everything I said to you.
She looks confused.
I said some probably really hurtful things, and
So,
was
it's
doing
okay.
that to make you angry.
It's okay, you're a human. Just what.
Yeah, but I should be better.
Really? Why should you specifically be better?
Because I hold myself to that standard.
Well, I don't feel anything about it, so no need to apologize.
Well, I'm not so sure if I believe that, but I just wanted you to know that I really didn't want to hurt you, and I really did want to try and make things work between us. We should be working together, not butting heads.
She's just going to sigh and say, making friendships is pointless when I'm going to send you back anyway.
I mean, unless I make more connections with people here.
Oh, trust me, you are not. Not to mention, I'm probably gonna go against it anyway. This world has too many humans as it is. The last thing this world needs is more.
I mean, you're living in a prior human world anyway.
Exactly. Look how beautiful this world is without humans.
I mean, you're kind of going that way anyway.
She shakes her head and says, "Must be nice being my brother. Not having any of the memories of what happened before." Of course he can love you. Of course he can love every single human and every single Pokemon. He doesn't remember what the humans did.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. There have been some really terrible humans who've done some really terrible things.
And there still are.
There still are.
Giovanni is in this world, and he is the single worst creature I've ever met.
I agree with you on that.
Wow. I don't know how I feel about your agreement.
I mean, I have experience with his organization and all the terrible things they did because that's what he wanted.
But yes. You are now the other temple. Let's see if the other group, led by my brother, they're actually gonna be so capable as to not just reach one temple, but also the other temple as well. She says, sighing.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to step on their toes.
Maybe you should.
Do you want me to push them this way?
Yes.
Okay.
All I know is that they are in a town known as Kapem.
Oh, well, that's not that far away.
Yes.
But I agree. There have been some really terrible humans. There are some terrible humans, but not all of us are as bad as some of us.
She looks
I'm not
down.
gonna.
She looks down and then looks at you and says, "One bad apple ruins the entire batch of cider."
I agree. I'm not going to advocate for myself. I'm just going to say that I at least try to be better than I was.
You know, I kinda understand what Gothel means when she says that she'll make a wish that could undo humanity.
You know, I don't know if the rest of how Pokemon Society is now would agree with you.
Of course not. The humans have a weird ability to make important connections with Pokemon, and then somehow you're allowed to stay here even though it goes against nature itself.
I mean, except for the fact that we're here means that we're a part of nature.
I don't see it that way.
Well, I mean, you guys apparently need us, don't you?
Only because our father said so.
And I just shrug, says, then, does that mean that we're a part of the plan?
She just sighs and nods. Sadly, yes.
Maybe instead of trying to make it more unpleasant for yourself, try to find a middle ground?
She's just going to shake her head and say, "No, I cannot forgive you."
I'm not asking you to forgive us. You don't even have to like us. I'm just saying,
No, I don't mean you as in you. I mean you as in humanity, mankind.
I understood what you meant. That's what I was referring to. You don't have to like humans. You don't have to like, humanity as a whole. But we're obviously going to be a part of this world, whether we want to be or not, whether you want it or not. So maybe finding a middle ground where you don't hate everything around you or everything that's happening might make you happier. Because you seem miserable, and I don't think you want to be miserable.
She's just going to shake her head and say, "The more miserable I am, the happier my brother is."
I don't think I agree with that.
You don't understand this at all, do you?
I shrug, says, I mean, what, are your emotions linked to the point where you guys can't find a balance?
He nods. We have been created as a counterbalancing measure.
I really gotta find your dad and punch him in the schnoz.
She looks at you and says, "I mean, I've been there so many times. Do you have any idea how many things I tried? I begged him, I screamed at him, I cried. And nothing worked."
I wonder if that's because he expects that from you. So it's easier to ignore.
Do you have any idea how it feels to be this cold?
Kinda. Not to the same extreme, but kinda. I left home because being right in the middle of 8 kids and my parents didn't have time nor energy to try and focus on anyone other than the oldest and the youngest.
She just puts both of her hands together and she just says, I just want a little bit of warmth. But the more warmth I would get, the less warmth my brother would get.
Balance of lukewarm?
She actually looks at you and just says, what kind of sister would I be if I didn't want the absolute best for my brother?
I mean, he wants the absolute best for you too.
He doesn't know about this.
I think he instinctually does, but not logically.
But
He loves and cares about you.
I literally wipe his memory specifically so that he would not try to do the same thing for me.
Yet he still probably tries to do it anyhow.
She just shakes her head and just says, I need to go.
Can you at least... Does he try to do it every single time, even after you wipe him?
Yes.
Then maybe you need to find a solution with him instead of
There
doing
is
that.
no solution. Tried in the past.
I mean, whose idea was it to start wiping his memory?
She looks down,
It wasn't his, was it?
shakes her head.
Let me guess, he was willing to wipe his own memory, or to take the burden on instead.
She nods.
And you didn't want to see him go through that, and so you took the initiative.
Once again.
And the world's kind of changed since then, hasn't it?
It's been a very long time ago.
Then maybe you need to let him grow stronger to help out.
Oh.
I think he's a lot tougher than you take him for, and maybe you need the help, because, like I said, you're suffering, and that, honestly, you might think your suffering makes him happier, but he's just as miserable.
It's me making progress, you know. Been talking to
Yeah?
more Pokemon and just waiting for him to be independent enough to not need me anymore.
And then what are you gonna do?
She looks down and just, I don't know, finds some kind of hole.
Except for then he'll just, keep making connections, and you'll just be even more miserable, but that's no way to live.
All
That's
right.
not right.
Cannot imagine how this feels.
You're right. I can't, but I'm trying to understand, because that's what someone needs to do.
Anyway, I really need to go. I just wanted to make sure that you are not anything stupid because you are dummy and humans are dummy.
Well, you're right, because I'm going to do something stupid right now. I'm going to walk up and I'm going to hug Mew.
When you try to hug her, she actually stops you with telekinesis.
Oh, come on. Can you at least let me hug you once? I'm
No.
not warm, I'm made of metal.
That's not the warmth I'm talking about.
I know it's not, but it's metaphorical.
Exactly.
Okay.
She slightly pushes you back. Weirdly gently.
I think there's got to be something better.
There ain't. The only one who can break this and fix everything is barely there. Anyway,
Have any humans gotten a chance to interact with him?
she nods.
And did he react to them?
She nods again.
Maybe you need a human to talk for you guys then.
There were only 2 humans that my father interacted with. One,
What'd they do to do that?
well, she looks down. One of them is the hero of the Gates incident. These days known as Glacian, the container of sand.
Oh. Yeah, we saw her. She was, Yeah, she nearly killed us.
She nods. And the other one is these days Lucario of the Mist Continent. The hero. The hero of the Dark Matter incident.
And what'd they do to get his attention?
Ishu looks at you and says, they fought by his side against Dark Matter.
Huh. Did you see Dark Matter?
She nods. Me and my brother, we had to open the door through his shield.
I'm gonna grab a stick I'm gonna grab my finger and I'm just gonna carve it into the stone in the ground. A depiction of Necrozma says, "Is that Dark Matter?"
No, Dark Matter look different. She actually uses her telekinetic powers to just carve into the stone basically a ball with many lines.
But it consumed light and energy.
You know, it's all energy.
And it's shown up, what, twice?
You know, it's...
If I was not wanting to talk to you about this because I figured you'd take it the worst way, but we're having a dialogue here. I think Dark Matter has a connection to the Necrozma from my history.
Necrozma?
Yeah. And I point to the drawing I made.
That thing?
It was a being from, I suspect it's a being from between universes, a place called Ultraspace that it consumed light. And it didn't get far because it got stopped, but I mean, I'm sure it consumed more than just light.
Oh. What you are talking about is actually a space that me and my brother can go to.
And I suspect it may also be where these two are from, as I pat on top of Cosmo.
She actually nods and says, yes, I can confirm that.
So, if I remember correctly, Dark Matter warps and changes everything he's around, or it's around.
Yes.
You know, making it habitable for itself and inhabitable for everything else around it.
Yes.
In your guys' world, I've noticed there's something here that I'm surprised no one brought up the idea. I mean, at the same time, I guess everyone just wanted the problem to go away instead of trying to find a fix. What if it had a space of its own?
Talking about a mystery dungeon?
Why not? It's contained.
Well, that is something that you should discuss with Poke, I guess.
I have.
And why are you bringing this to me?
Because I don't want you to think that I'm trying to circumvent or do something stupid and try to stop it.
I mean, Nuzleaf that summoned the previous version of this, he didn't mean anything bad by it either.
No, but was he also doing it in ignorance as well?
Yes.
I wouldn't exactly say I'm ignorant, but I'm also willing to listen and try and get help. I don't want to do this and step on something I don't know because I'm afraid you're gonna, just blow up at me. I really do think having, if the Crozma I know, which was being chased right now, has a connection to Dark Matter like I think it does, because it changed the space around it in my world, then I think if it has a place, Maybe.
She actually lifts one of her little paws and looks into like literally no space. Her eyes light up and then she says, I think Toucannon is about to do something really stupid.
Yes, he
Oh.
is.
Do I need to help you stop him?
We actually move from this. Toucannon!
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
So, what was the last thing that you did?
I was gonna send some more Wondermail.
Oh no. Alright,
Heading to Kecleon's.
Alright, you're going to Kecleon's.
But I'm also writing Wondermail at the same time. So this is gonna be ironically fitting for what Toucannon had planned, in a really twisted about way. So, Toucannon finally has the opportunity to like message the Pink Mew about like therapy that he was talking about.
Okay.
It always comes back to
so-
therapy, man. It always comes back.
So fucking
Yeah.
stuck on the therapy, man.
So this is what he's writing to Pink Mew.
Remember, it doesn't fit entirely in the thing.
Yeah. It's not too long.
Oh man, if only you guys knew what Sunstruck did with Pink New. Honestly, I wish Aries was here because this would be... Woo! This would be a journey for him right now because of all the information and just everything connected to Pink Mew that they found out and they actually kind of quote-unquote converted him right now.
Real quick, Finn, did you think I was actually going to try and put Cosmom on the altar?
No, but she did.
Nah.
What I think as a DM is irrelevant when it comes to what the character thinks.
Well, I know, but I'm curious if you thought I might have done that.
No, I don't think so. I think you're smart. I think at this point, your experience with this universe and with like the dangers of this universe enough. Also, did you expect the... So, remember way back when I was describing, you know, the Sun Temple to you? Did you put two and two together?
I had my suspicions, but I didn't want to pin anything yet. I was like, this sounds really, really, like this might be what it is, but I don't want to jump to any conclusions quite yet.
Also, in Sunstruck, right, 2 players are actually from Hoenn, right? And
So I'm sending the first part of the message. I'll send the second part still.
yeah,
It's a long
and
one.
when Sunstruck gets here, it is going to be amazing because both of them are gonna be like, wait a minute, I know that place. I know this.
I was literally 4 letters away from actually being able to send the whole thing. So I will say, I was planning to do this with the Pink Mew before I knew about, out of character, knew about what just happened there with the Blue Mew.
here's the reply.
Right, and this is my reply to the reply.
The sheer irony of this entire set of situations, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Because this was put into motion, technically in the past, by, like, the Sunstruck group.
Oh.
When the
Oh, man.
things align this perfectly.
Right?
Like, you
He's
got...
had time to mull it over.
Yeah, like, basically, this all kind of started with you guys getting new to break the godly code and help you against, you know, Vivetal. Because him helping at all was breaking the code. And then it was take your Rayquaza from Giovanni, which you guys don't even know, by the way.
You know, it's ironic. If this gets brought to Aggron's attention that this is how Toucannon's going about it, he would not be upset, because this is how you go about getting someone to therapy.
So inside Toucannon's head, there's a few things going on. One being, if he can unlock all of male Mew's trauma, it might cause a recoil against female Mew. But at the same time, it's that whole pull the band-aid off thing and let the healing start situation.
Are you trying to help him go to therapy to be spiteful to the female Mew?
It has not gone over his head that may occur, but that is not the primary goal.
Uh-huh. I'm not convinced.
Just like when I sent that terribly mean letter, it's Toucannon's idea of rip the band-aid off so healing can begin.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes you rip the band-aid off and you just make the wound worse.
Yeah.
The band-aid's usually there to keep the wound, from being overexposed.
Look, Toucannon doesn't know any of this information, but if he did, ooh, it'll be juicy.
I would assume he would do it even harder.
I mean, he tried to sweet talk male Mew into taking up the position of female Mew. It's like, they've taken this burden for so long. It's your turn to wipe their mind and let them have some bliss.
Oh my god. Alright, so yeah. So you know how you sent that last message, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly, Magna Gate. Suddenly. New.
Hello.
Hi there. Columbus just looks at you and just says, oh no, here we go again.
Shall we get going? I honestly don't know if, your sister will try and stop us or not.
Oh, it's okay, she cannot really see us.
All the more reason to do this quicker.
Alright, so where are we going?
We're going to the, Hotel Island. There's a Pokemon there named Hypno. He was the one who helped us.
He tilts his head. Hotel Island? Don't know that place.
Toucannon doesn't have a map.
Yep.
You don't have a map, do you?
No.
Let's see. Give me a second.
You could tell him it's where Lucario's kid is.
It's a hotel run by Manaphy.
Oh, you mean the Ocean Resort?
Yeah, the Ocean Resort.
Oh, I know where that is. Should have said it that way.
Yeah, we didn't get to spend much time there, to be honest.
He just like makes like a circle motion with his tiny hand, and another Magna Gate shows up. Just go in.
All right. Toucannon justice for his fellow Pokemon, and we all just enter through.
So Haxorus goes through, but Clavitz actually looks at you and says, "Cannon, what are you doing?"
I'm trying to help a friend.
We were supposed to go to Corselia's.
Yeah, but we're supposed to go with her with Cosmom, and there's no Cosmom right now.
We'd always just go for Cos.
There's no direct rush at the moment. As he steps through the Magna Gate.
The sighs and follows you in.
Poor Cloudser.
Yeah.
He puts up with so much shit for his friend.
Yeah. And yeah, Mew follows, I'm assuming, and does
Yeah.
Cloudser follow?
Yeah, Clavitz follows. Tiredly.
Alright, we arrive at the Hotel Resort Island.
Yep.
And Toucannon's just leading Mew directly to Hypno's facilities.
Lots of weird looks you are getting.
He does not care.
Hypno's clinic is open.
He walks in.
Yeah. Hypno is actually on the inside. He just looks at you and says, "Oh, not again."
Hey Hypno. I gesture to Mew.
Toucannon, are you sure
look
about
back.
this?
I mean, I don't know everything about Mew, but I definitely know that they have problems that they could use help with.
Just going to sigh and... Bird bring Pokemon Jesus to therapy. Yeah, basically. But yeah, they do actually exchange a couple words, and Hypno then looks at you and says, "Could you please stay outside?"
All right. I'll be just outside if you need anything, Mew.
Okay. You're gonna be there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He goes and steps outside.
Yep. Oops, accidentally picked up you as well. So, the door closes, and Clavitz looks at you and says, "Toucannon, what are you doing?"
Honestly, it's a long shot, but I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen.
What do you mean what's going to happen? What are you planning?
I mean, well, you all know I hate the blue Mew, right?
That's, at this point, that's literally just your daily bread.
Yeah. I have no idea what's going to happen in there, but if I somehow get lucky, it'll hurt the blue Mew.
Are you kidding me?
Best case scenario, it actually helps the pink Mew and she stops becoming a victim of blue Mew's bullying.
You mean he?
I didn't say her or he, I just said blue Mew.
You said she.
Yeah, that... yes. Well, either way...
Man, Toucannon, you're having some weird problems with some basic pronouns.
Yeah. Sorry, just trying to get just... Haxorus, give me some space.
No! Bird!
I mean, do you honestly want Pink Mew to keep getting bullied?
Well, no, but also... These are gods we are talking about.
Listen, at the lowest end of things, maybe Blue Mew loses a punching bag. Best at the high end of things, there's finally a Pokemon who is strong enough to stand up to Blue Mew.
Alright, and what if this is going to have consequences that you don't realize right now? What if you are doing something really stupid right now?
Well, these are the consequences of Blue Mew.
What do you mean? These are your consequences. You just put this into motion.
And I put this into motion because of what Blue Mew did. I know that this will have consequences, and I accept them. You think there wouldn't be consequences when Cosmos offered to give all of us power to change the world and maybe even fight the Blue Mew? You think that wouldn't have more consequences? Everything has consequences. This is one of those consequences.
Because everything has consequences.
One of the consequences of me falling in love with Cresselia is her death. And I will become the embodiment of Blue Mew's consequences.
Is that what she would want?
He sighs heavily. This is also a consequence of my personality. I know the answer to that. So no, it's an obvious answer.
This entire campaign from now on, from Toucannon, is just gonna be, this is a consequence of X, Y, or Z.
but Z never came out on the X and Y.
There's that Pokemon that looks like a Z kind of thing.
The Zygarde?
Yeah, that one.
That was meant to be the legendary for Pokemon Z that never came out.
Yep. So, Toucannon.
Yep.
Barbitzer looks at you and says, "Please don't put me in a situation where I'm the only one who can stop you."
Toucannon just sighs, and then he pulls out even more Wonder Mail. And he's gonna send a message to Good Frostlass.
Actually, he's going to take the Wonder Mail from you.
What are you doing?
No. Just no. Stop.
I was sending a message to Frostlass.
Sure. Toucannon? Please. How about we go inside, we talk to Mew, and we apologize to him and tell him that everything is okay.
I mean, is everything okay?
Everything was okay before we started to put out, the beak and things.
Bowser, just give me the Wonder Mail back.
What do you mean? I'm actually going to use this Wonder Mail.
Alright.
And I'm going to send a message to Garchomp.
Alright.
And he starts writing.
Toucannon just sits there.
Yep. You can see that he writes very slowly, by the way. Yeah, eventually it gets sent. Yeah. And then he gives you the Wonder Mail. Now Garchomp knows what we are doing.
I mean, what's that gonna change?
There's no point in whether it changes something or not, Toucannon. He needs to know.
I mean, I just don't exactly see how he's directly involved in this, but okay.
What do you mean?
This is therapy for you. Why is that in relation to Garchomp?
Because your potential... And before he could even finish what he was about to say... So you know how you guys are next to a clinic, right?
Yeah.
As Carpenter was about to yell at you, right? The clinic next to you explodes.
Did you want us to roll evasion or something?
Yeah, all three of you need to roll evasion.
Now, these are the consequences of your actions.
Also, the fact that you asked to communicate better with us. It's like, in Toucannon's head, it's like, what, you guys want me to tell you if I can go on a date with Frostlass? Like,
Yes!
why?
Because anything
Because
you do
then
is
we know if you
dangerous.
get your ass frozen, where to look.
Alright, rolling evasion.
At this point, we pretty much want you to tell us whenever you deviate from the expected plan.
There's a plan?
Yes?
You are going to go to your home island.
Oh, you mean the thing that I've been trying to do for like 10 sessions?
Yes, the thing you said that you were going to go and do directly.
The thing that Garchomp beat me to.
You could still go to your family. I thought that's where we dropped you off.
No, you guys dropped me off in Treasure City.
All right, because you were going to grab the stuff from the guild.
Which then turned
Yeah.
out to not actually be there yet. Because you guys are way too fucking
Alright.
fast.
Fast as fuck, boy.
Rolling this one. And this one. Yeah, I'm not gonna keep you on. I did 2 rerolls and got nothing better.
Alright. Toucannon?
Yep.
So, you know the clinic. Really nice looking clinic, you know, made out of some kind of really nice white stone and everything, right?
Yeah.
It turns into a big purple bubble. That just kinda disintegrates everything. Like, even the ground, by the way.
Alright. That's not good.
Toucannon?
Yep.
You managed to dodge.
I was not expecting that to work.
You managed to dodge.
Mhm.
And as you dodge, you notice Kolavitsa did not make it.
Oof.
And he just looks at you. He looks like he wants to say something, but then he just vanishes before you.
Oof.
Also, you're pretty sure you were not supposed to make it.
Haxorus?
You see, Haxorus would have made it, but she actually helped you make it.
Oh.
She just looks at you, she smiles, and she's gone.
Oh, this is not good.
Hypno? Gone. And once the energy is gone, you just see Mew, just kind of levitating there in a blue bubble of his own.
Alright. He's gonna take a second to process that. As he's gonna just fly straight towards the blue bubble.
Yeah. Mew is there. You know how Mew in the first movie had like the blue bubble where he was just kind of like in like a fetal position?
Yeah.
That's kind of happening right now.
Alright, so attack isn't the word. I'm not attacking the bubble, but I'm gonna hit the bubble.
Well, it's not trying to dodge or anything, so it should be pretty easy.
Am I getting any reaction from the Pokemon within when I hit the bubble?
You actually do get a reaction as Mew looks at you.
What did you do?
Mew is not even like looking at you. It's like looking through you.
Toucannon just quiveringly says, "Bring them back."
Mew shakes his head.
Alright. So two things. One, I'm pretty sure if you can see his aura, his red speckled olive aura, you can probably see the red growing. And I know it says I just shout loudly and echo and all that stuff, but can I use echoed voice while yelling, "Bring them back"?
Actually, first do me a will save.
Alright. Ooh, crit fail.
Oh, Crit doesn't exist, thankfully, but... you feel Mew just do something to you. And this is what happens.
I just say, where did you send them?
Mew just shakes his head.
Mew, what have you done? I just start pounding on the orb.
Do me a stamina check. Sorry, vitality check.
Stamina. Alright. Three pass.
Okay. Mew slowly moves you away from him, and sets you down on the ground.
I'm just left stunned as I look to Mew.
In your head, you will hear...
Oh no.
And then Mew just looks up. You see the blue ball just move up into the sky and then into space.
Toucannon is going to quickly try and fly to what was the Cario's kids again?
Oh?
Manaphy?
Manaphy.
Manaphy. He's gonna quickly try and fly to Manaphy's main building.
Right. And we are gonna move away from Toucannon. for like a few seconds. Aggron?
Yep.
There, you see Mew just like looking into the distance. She then looks at you and says, I need to go.
Do you need my help?
No,
You sure?
absolutely. The longer
You-
I am
you
here,
get-
the more danger you are in.
You get me if you need me.
There is nothing you can do here.
Well,
think-
here, yes.
I think Toucannon just did something.
Well,
I
then
couldn't
obviously.
see
Where were they?
it. She looks down on the island owned by the Manafe.
Well, you know how I said, keeping your brother's memories suppressed was probably not a great idea.
Yeah.
There's a hypno that can open up repressed memories.
You see her eyes get smaller.
Yeah. Probably should have worked things out with him instead of keeping doing that.
Not the time right now.
I know, but
She
yeah.
makes the Magna Gate beneath herself.
Good luck. Do we need to go punish Toucannon, or are we just gonna let this play out on its own? As I say, as I pat top of Cosmom's head.
Shrugs. Not entirely sure.
Cosmo see aura.
Honestly, she doesn't know.
If she can, she's probably been able to do it the entire time. It doesn't distinguish what it is.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I'll look over at Lady Ira says. Go ahead.
I was like, if she can, then she probably would see the changing of Toucannon's aura.
Well, when we get there. But I'm gonna look over at Lady Aggron as well and says, life, the exciting life when you're dealing with humans.
I assume something bad has happened.
You heard my conversation with Mew just now, right?
Part of it, yes.
You got that she has some sort of connection with another Mew, her brother, the one over the Sun Temple, right?
Yes.
And that she's loves her brother so much that she's been suppressing his memories so that he doesn't have to have all the bad thoughts and memories.
Yes. Which is foolish,
Which
by
is,
the way.
oh yeah, that's what I was trying to get there. Well, my clever Toucannon friend decided that therapy was great for him, which I mean that's fair, and I think therapy is a great tool. Took that other Mew, the one who has suppressed memories, to a hypno on the island, the resort island, that is able to peer into and unlock memories.
Oh. That's
Um,
probably gonna be bad.
and he's able to unlock hidden powers too.
Does my nuts do that?
So I am suspecting that there's a lot of hurt feelings in that little pink Mew that has been suppressed and have just been forcibly opened.
What are you going to do?
I am going to let Toucannon reap the consequences of his actions.
that's ironic. But yeah,
I asked him very explicitly, very pointedly, to keep us in the loop. When he's doing something, and I was on the impression that after he left the guild, he was going to make his way to his parents' island and see the original Toucannon's parents or mother and touch base and let his mom know that he's not dead. That apparently is not the plan he went with.
are you gonna go to him?
No. Not unless he asked me to come and see him. Or not unless Cosmo here wants to go. If Cosmo wants to go, I will go. But I think he needs to realize we're not going to bail him out of his problems.
Cosmo is going to look up. Hey, Toucannon?
Yes.
So you know how you are flying towards Manafe? You get a message from Cosmo.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't have Wonder Mail.
Oh no!
And Cosmo doesn't know that.
Yep, and Cosmo looks at you, Aggron, and in your head you will hear.
I mean, Toucannon's going to one Pokemon he knows has Wonder Mail on this island.
Okay.
You know? Yeah, and I'm going to look at Cosmo and say, this is an excellent test to see if he respects me and Garchomp enough to actually, reach out to us and let us know when things are going sideways.
Right. Toucannon.
Yes.
You can actually see Manafe in in the lobby, currently talking to different Pokemon.
I do not. I'm not concerned of who that other Pokemon is. I just go straight to Manaphy and just yell out Wonder Mail now.
Huh? Are you okay, Toucannon?
I need Wonder Mail.
Huh?
I need Wonder Mail right now.
Huh?
Do you have Wonder Mail?
I mean, yes, of course I do.
Quickly, hand it over. I need to borrow it.
Is everything okay?
I don't know. I need to check. I need Wonder Mail.
Here you go. Offers you a page of Wonder Mail.
He's quickly gonna send this to Clouter.
Okay, what are you sending to Clouditzer? It doesn't get delivered. Like, at all.
Alright then, he's gonna send, and he knows this is probably a dangerous idea, but he's gonna send this.
He gave you one paper.
He just looks at Manaphy. I need more.
Alright, here we go. He gives you another one.
Before he starts writing, he'll freeze for a second. What happens if you send Wonder Mail to a dead Pokemon?
It just doesn't get delivered. Why?
It still vanishes though?
No, it just stands in your wing.
Out of character, what does he mean by stand in my wing?
As in, it will literally not get delivered, not get teleported.
So the previous one did get teleported?
No.
No. Oh. Yeah. Alright. Alright. To Cosmom, he's going to write this.
The entire session was about your actions will have terrible consequences, and now the terrible consequences finally hit Mono.
Yeah, I know.
I find it ironic he's sending it to Cosmoem and not Aggron.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking, like, do I send this to Cosmom? Do I send this to Garatina? Because Garatina is the Pokemon of, like, death, so they'd probably know if a Pokemon just died.
I think it's pretty obvious at this point.
Yeah. But at the same time, like...
He's scoping.
Yeah, I know. It hasn't been 2 days, and we were told not to interrupt Garatina for the next 2 days.
Yeah.
Guys, can you believe it? It hasn't even been 2 days.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, this time it's you who caused this.
Yes, I know. It's beautiful. It's
What do
poetic.
you mean? What do you mean?
From like a story drama point. Alright, he's gonna send this to Aggron. And he'll do the same thing to send to Cosmo.
I mean, you have the one sheet.
Actually, no, I'm gonna just send this to Aggron, because I'm assuming Cosmo was with you.
I mean, that's what you last knew. And you did say us.
Why, Mono? Why did you do this?
Because my actions have consequences.
I really enjoyed Kalavitzer.
And you can enjoy them again. We'll get them back.
What do you mean? Do you know something I don't?
He's planning
I
on
don't
going
know, like-
to the one-time god.
I wasn't
No,
thinking Time God, I was thinking Garatina.
I don't think Garrett is going to be able to help you because he says that in order to save someone, he has to know ahead of time.
Yep.
Wait, if he has to know ahead of time, how were we able to bring back Snivy?
Now that, my friend, is an interesting question, isn't it?
You know
He
what?
also did say that otherwise there is a cost, and there was a cost for it.
So Toucannon's gonna send this to you, and then he's also gonna ask Menifee for another piece of Wondermail.
I was gonna offer it to you, confused.
And this one is gonna go to Garatina. No.
Alright, Aggron, you get a message. You got
Yep.
mail. How is Aggron reacting to this? Oh no, he's
Like
replying.
this.
So shit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It begins. Oh no.
So he's gonna send this to Garatina, and then he's gonna get the reply from Aggron. And he's gonna scream in frustration. And then he's gonna send the exact same message he sent to Garatina to Cosmo.
Why didn't you just say that to Aggron instead of come to the resort now? That also gives you an indication that apparently Aggron knows something happened. At least enough to know that you broke something.
So what are you saying? Send it to Cosmon?
Same thing I sent to Garatina. Hypno, Cloudser, and Axorus got vaporized by you.
Wait, why are you sending that one to Cosmon?
Well, because Aggron said no, fix your own shit.
Cosmon gets the message. He reads it. She looks at Aggron.
I look sad, so that is really shitty.
He nods.
Why couldn't those reviver seeds get in?
Because the revival seeds could vaporize as well.
How, kiddo? I mean, the best we could do is go and comfort him, but right now I'm kind of angry at him for, not doing the one thing I asked him to do, and I don't think I could face him calmly.
Yeah.
Yeah? He is. This hurts. Cloudster was my bro. And it's really, really bad that he did this to his friends. But I don't know how we could help him.
Yeah, it's gonna
And
get
again,
a bit.
I'm more likely to hurt him than help him.
So it's gonna get a little bit worse. He's gonna start walking away. He hasn't actually given the Wonder Mail back, but he's gonna start walking away.
I look at Cosmo and says, he did something. Most likely, he took Mew to that Hypno, who helped you, but it wasn't exactly pleasant help, was it?
She's gonna shake her head.
Yeah. And he probably opened up something in Mew that was probably really dangerous to open. Remember our conversation with the Blue Mew there about how she kept pushing her brother's memories down?
He nods.
Well, sounds like she's been doing that for a long time, for a lot of really painful memories.
She nods again.
And they've all come back at once. And whereas your memories of your past lives are coming back, these aren't past lives that he's remembering. This is him he's remembering. He's remembering himself, in actuality, that has been pushed down and forgotten.
Toucannon's gonna send another bit of Wonder Mail because he's kind of desperate, but he's also walking out of the lobby area.
Yeah, Malafay is just going to float towards her and be like, Toucannon, are you okay?
So he's currently ignoring her as he desperately sends a Wonder Mail to Necrozma of all things.
What the fuck?
Not even sure if it's
Wait.
not even
Have you
sure
actually-
if it's something.
Have you met
that's the thing.
Necrozma?
That's the thing. He's he's met the presence of Necrozma, but he hasn't directly met Necrozma, so he doesn't know if this will even work.
I'm gonna look at Cosmo and says, the suppressed feeling inside of Mew is not his fault, but taking him to someone he knows who does these sort of things without communicating to us, that is his fault.
So, Toucannon.
Yes.
I will say, reply to him however you feel you need to. If you need to go to him, go ahead, but I can't look at him right now.
He nods. So, Toucannon. You feel Malafay touch one of your wings, and he opens his mouth, and then everything freezes.
Yep.
You feel presence nearby.
Yay. I look around for the presence.
You don't need to look for very far, as the presence is right before you. Sometimes you blink and it's not there, but in between blinks, it is there.
Yeah, he's trying not to blink too much. And he just repeats what he said on the Wonder Mail. Can you help me?
I don't know.
Can you try?
Can try. But
Please try.
but should I?
What can I offer you? Anything.
There is nothing you can offer me that I would want.
Toucannon just sighs.
Should I take away this opportunity for you to grow?
Why is it that I keep needing to grow with the death of others?
You do not choose how we grow. It's just the
Why
reality.
not let them grow with me? Why not let them grow with my death instead?
Because you are the fated human. In this world, being fated means that a horrible calamity goes in your...
I don't think I can convince you, can I?
You see, a long time ago, when Pokemon of this world were forming their own language, there was a very unfortunate mistranslation. You see, the word fated is actually mistranslated from a very different kind of word.
What was the original word?
He actually uses one of his weird what the fuck fingers, and he burns the original word in front of you on the floor.
Is it a language I can read?
Yes. You don't even know what language it is, but somehow you can read this.
Right.
It says curse.
Toucannon just looks at it and sighs. I don't think I can convince you to do anything more.
I am currently... I believe you humans have a term for it. I'm currently on thin ice with several of the deities of this world. Not to mention, there's been a previous form of myself that twice has attempted to breach the gates of this world, and has been stopped both times. If I'll help you, I will have to affect the very reality. Something that only a deity should be allowed to do. I will overuse my power in this world, and I will probably get destroyed in the process. It will be seen as me overusing my powers yet again.
Toucannon just sighs. I don't have the strength to go on anymore.
Oh.
Can he move while the world's frozen?
No.
Okay, so Toucannon just says, when Cresselia died, I tried to give up. Use an orb, become someone else, something else.
Yes, but your adoptive daughter would not allow you to do.
Yeah. But now, with what just happened, with what I caused, I don't have the strength to go on, even if she stopped me again.
Do you have a choice, Toucannon?
I always have a choice. That's the problem. If I choose nothing, what happens?
That is also a choice. And it is probably a choice that has been predicted and written somewhere on bits of stone. See, many events throughout the history, many Pokemon believe that they only happen because of the ability to see the future. What they do not know is that the future only happens because they have seen the future.
That's what Cresselia believed.
Well, do you want to know that whether she would choose one or the other, it would lead to the same destination? The thing that you call free will, it doesn't exist. It is all preordained, predestined. Fate. Curse. The same thing.
So, that means me giving up is also fated.
Yes.
Well, if I can't undo what I just did, if I can't bring back the ones I just lost, then I give up.
Oh.
Fate can have its way with me.
Oh. And who says you cannot undo it, my friend?
You, the most powerful Pokemon I've ever met, says they are unable to undo it.
Oh,
Unable to undo it.
oh my friend, but I cannot go against it. But you can.
He raises an eyebrow. How?
It's actually very simple. All you need is a push in the right direction. An insane human in the right place is a force to be reckoned with. And you are very mad.
By the way, his aura's probably just... On a scale of 1 to 10, or percentages, how much is his aura red?
Who knows?
Do you want me to stop getting the benefits of this olive ribbon?
Soon.
Deal with it later.
But yes. Let's just say that I'm currently having trouble with one of the deities of this realm in order to push for my ability to actually stay in this realm. How about we help each other out too?
Toucannon tries to move to offer him a wing. To shake.
No need to shake. It's okay. All I need is an agreement.
I'd be greedy and ask for more than what I want now.
No.
He sighs. All right then.
Alright. In that case, I give you one thing that will allow you to do what is necessary. Are you ready to receive it?
Yes.
He gives you one item that will appear in your inventory.
All right.
I sadly don't have a very good thing for it, sadly. Oh. I wish I had a better one. Gives you this.
Ooh. He looks at it and says, "Is this a puzzle I need to solve, or will I be able to ask you for guidance?"
The guidance is rather simple. North of Treasure City, there is a mystery dungeon. At the end of this, you will find a wall that is missing a piece. Slot this piece into the wall, it will open a hole in time, which you will be able to use to make it into a place known as the Temporal Tower. In there, you will find Dialga, Lord of Time. Defeat him, and will make sure that your friends are back.
I'll need to gain allies.
No?
I don't think Aggron and Garchomp will aid me in this.
Well, that is up to you now. I cannot help you.
You've given me a chance. This is more than enough.
Well then. Be the destroyer of fate. Release all of the Pokemon. Yep. Just looks at you, and suddenly, time is back.
Yeah, I'll put that in my inventory.
Yeah, you just see Manaphy, just touching your wing and says, Toucannon, what's going on? Come on, tell us, we can help you. You can contact my father.
Toucannon's outside at this point, right? Not like run off far, but he's outside.
Yeah, outside.
He looks to Manaphy and just says, I need to borrow your Wonder Mail for a bit. I'll be back shortly. I'll be back in no time.
Kinda no, please tell me. We can resolve this. Is it gonna be alright?
Just know, I'm sorry. And he uses fly.
Wait, no. Also, you can't.
I forgot about that. Well, he starts flying.
Wait, why are you going to Toucannon?
As he's flying, he actually does something a bit dramatic. He takes off his guild seal and drops it to the ground.
Oh shit!
And then he starts using his Wonder Mail.
Oh shit! Oh
He's gonna send 2 Wonder Mail. So he's gonna send the same one to 2 people. So he's writing out twice.
Riker is escalating.
Yep. I'm curious if Cosmom's going to go and try and help him and let Aggron cool off here and learn more about the Sun Temple or not. Because he doesn't want to hurt Toucannon, but at the same time, he's just kind of upset with Toucannon.
By the way, we are gonna be stopping right after Toucannon sends this because we've been going for 6.5 hours.
So Toucannon is sending this to 2 Pokemon.
Okay, go.
He's sending this to Salazzle and Glaceon.
Okay.
I misspelled the word want. Went. What we went.
Mono, you do realize you have not told them where they should find you, right?
Yeah, I know, but I'm also waiting for a reply to see if they're even interested. So, Toucannon. Toucannon just says. Actually, no. This block's gonna be annoying. See, Toucannon's currently flying to his home island, but he doesn't have fly, so he's just flying regular speed.
Yep.
Did you want me to keep going with this Wonder Mail, or did you want to end it here?
So what did you say?
You said you wanted to end it after the Wonder Mail thing. Do you want me to keep going?
Well, yeah, ending after the Wonder Mail. So is this the final Wonder Mail?
Okay. He's just gonna say.
Iris is gonna be so mad.
Oh, I'm entertained. Aggron is kind of livid. That's why he's like, like, wouldn't let Cosmo just go in and try and fix this, but because if he goes to Pro Toucan, he might just force Toucan to use a Reviver Seed.
Might just.
There's a good chance that you'll be using a Reviver Seed.
Now, I don't know if this is going to be tempting enough for Salazzle, but I know it might pique Glacier's interest. All right. So to Glaceon, I say,
Oh no, no, no! Oh, Striker!
Yeah.
It finally happened. Mono became the villain.
yeah, we are. So that's the one to Glaceon, and I'll type the one to Salazzle.
You know, we were wondering why we didn't want to trust you with any number of things.
Oh
no!
Because, I remember very distinctly, it's like, I'm going to trust you that you're going to keep in communication with us when I had you to the when you had Wonder Mail.
Oh no!
Why do you have to keep proving that you aren't, that Toucannon can't be trusted? I don't understand his thought process.
Give me a second. I gotta figure out how to spell Dialga correctly. How do you spell Dialga?
What do you mean?
It's not a... There it is. Figured it out.
It's here. Is it like dial? Get it? Dial? Yeah? So have you ever noticed that Palkia looks like balls? Like seriously, guys. Look at Palkia. Right. Do you see the model Palkia over here? It looks like cock and balls. No one?
I get it.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to ease up the atmosphere a little bit.
I think the atmosphere is pretty heavy as it is.
Yeah. Aries is gonna be like, all right, so to the other teams also gonna be quite interested in what has just happened. Are they still like behind time wise?
A little bit, yeah.
Yes.
They're gonna catch up to this and be like, oh god. I got lukewarm maybes. That's good enough for me. So yeah, Toucannon. I think ending it off on Toucannon flying back to his home island is a good place.
Yep. This is where we end the session, everyone. And you guys are gonna have to explain this to Aries.
Here I was expecting us to have some fun solo adventures. We go see family. We get into minor mischief. We have a little bit of fun with NPCs. No, you have to unlock a god's deep dark powers and make him go psycho. You can't just leave
Yeah.
well enough alone. You can't just go and enjoy your family.
Yeah, and then freaking Clouter and Fracture
What happened? What happened to the plan of going to your family? What happened to that? Why couldn't you just flown after going to the guild there? You know, you're complaining about not getting an opportunity to go do that, and when you do it, you go complete left field. I just this is both. I don't understand you, Mauer. I don't understand Toucannon that on this part. That's my frustration.
When the pink view said they're not being watched, Toucannon saw a bit of an opportunity. Finn just playing with the love.
Leave me alone.
Confused. What? Has anyone seen the what if thing from like Marvel?
No. Anyway, both of you get XP for finishing the session. Once you guys are done with your XP, could you move your die back?
Alright.
I just also realized another terrible thing where I really need to talk to Palkia.
Go on.
You only refresh will when you sleep, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we're actually gonna have the Palkia situation like immediately at the start of the next session, I believe. That's why I have him ready.
Fantastic. I will see if I could leave early next week.
Alright. Need to save the table.
I was not expecting this.
What do you mean?
I mean, not all of this. This is good.
Yeah, okay, Flip is ready. In Flip. Goodbye everyone on the stream. This was very tiring, mentally, physically, and spiritually.